All right. Thank you very much for indulging us. We tend to make better decisions with a little sugar in our system. So we're going to reconvene our regular meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Great. Tonight we'll have the invocation led by Councilmember Muldoon and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Brenner. If you would please stand with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please bow your head and join me in prayer if you so choose. Heavenly Father, we thank you for protection you've given our city. We thank you for our great staff. We pray for our first responders and law enforcement during this time and continued peace locally. We pray for our nation and all of our neighbors. And as we come up on the 4th of July, we thank you for our independence and the revolution of 1776 that was just the beginning of freedom and equality. And we ask that you continue to give us divine protection and safe celebrations over the 4th. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
All right. Now is the time for City Council announcements and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. And if you would like to place an item on a future agenda, this is the time as well. Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, I have a few things to report. Thank you. I have a picture, first of all. I want to show you a project that was completed just last week, the end of last week, by our Public Works Department and specifically Chris Miller, the swim dock that I requested a couple of years ago now has been installed. And it was in heavy use this last weekend with kids and families having a lot of fun on it. So I want to thank Chris and I want to thank Dave for a job well done and for following through on this. The annual sand replenishment program on the island was also supervised by Chris, and that's been completed as well. Just this last week, I represented the council again at the monthly Chamber Government Affairs meeting and just gave a quick report on the business of the city and what we've been doing as a council. Also, 2 vector control trustee meetings have been held throughout this quarantine. They're Zoom meetings. I just want you to know we continue to meet and do the business of our district. Aviation committee meetings have been on hold throughout the quarantine. We do plan on resuming our meeting schedule beginning in July. The same is true for the Tidelands Water Quality Committee meetings. And the short-term rental ad hoc committee has continued to meet with staff as well as constituents and stakeholders throughout the quarantine. The culmination of the first phase of our work will be presented this evening in agenda item number 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So there have been very few public events to attend to, but I was delighted to attend. And Mr. Herdman, Councilmember Herdman was there also, and I was there on your behalf, Mayor, at the Balboa Yacht Club for the one and only opening day celebration. It was delayed a month. They had good planning to hope that they could accomplish it, so with proper distancing and masks. It was a beautiful day, and a presentation of their new Commodore, and it was a great day. I'm sorry that all the other yacht clubs had to cancel, postpone their events, but that was the one only, and it was a lovely day. Happy to represent you, Mayor. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you for being there. Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to really go and give a shout out to our Parks and Recreation Department and Laura Detweiler and all of her staff. My grandchildren, well, a couple of them, one is 4 and 7, they attended the city sports camp this week, and they just absolutely love it. And they haven't gone to school for 3 months. They haven't gone anywhere. They haven't played with their friends. They haven't gone outside. It's just been the way it is. And this city sports camp, when they told me about it last night, they just couldn't. It was just fabulous. So and my my daughter, their mother, is a school teacher, and she was so appreciative. She begged me to say something, to really say thank you for having this camp. So there you go. And I also attended the Balboa Yacht Club opening day, although they didn't mention me, but I was there. It's a great time, and that was a lot of fun, and I'm so happy that they were able to do that. So thank you, Mayor.
Fantastic. Mr. Muldoon. All right, Ms. Brenner.
I continue to work with the CDM bid and their subcommittee on the COVID response and how they're going to spend their money that the city gave them. I also attend the Corona Del Mar Residents Association board meeting and their historical subcommittee, as well as I met with Ed Olin and Shirley Peppas at the Balboa Island Museum, and I met with a group of the CDMRA historical subcommittee members to talk about how we can capture all the resources that we have in the city and make sure that we utilize them and do some historical films so that we capture what's happened in the past. The other thing is I'd like to put on a future agenda. We keep getting emails constantly from people asking for residential parking programs, and I think it's important for them to understand what our limitations are there. I'm getting a lot of people in my neighborhood talking about the environmental impacts of the huge number of visitors we're having and how there's a different type of visitor that is coming these days, and there's a lot more trash, there's a lot more, there's graffiti on the rocks, there's things that are happening in our community that we're not accustomed to. And so I'd like for us to, at some point in the future, put on the agenda that item so we can talk about whether we can or can't get parking permits and what else we can do to protect the environment of our community.
All right, thank you. Mr. Avery? I have none. I have a few. So as you know, I'm vice chair of the San Joaquin board for the TCA. At the last meeting, both boards adopted a new debt policy. They had never had one before December, and now they have one that is in part modeled off of the Newport Beach debt policy. I'd like to say thank you to Dan M. for helping in that process. It's a big deal that agency has existed for this long without a debt policy, but no longer. So it's good. It prioritizes debt pay down, so that's helpful. Just a quick thank you to the Newport Beach Foundation, who fed the Newport Beach Police Department and Fire Department last week. I'm hearing from a lot of residents that they've reached out and are doing similar things for our police department. Just want to say to each and every one of you, thank you. The only year where people might actually come to my office hours, I've got to continue to cancel them. So it's next week. Unfortunately, I'll have to be canceling the office hours again. We will find a time somehow, some way. And this is for our members of the public. Last week, I called a special meeting for this coming Thursday, January 25th at 3 p.m. The special meeting will be addressing the appeal that Councilman Avery has appealed of the decision for an encroachment permit at Ensign Intermediate School. And then, so again, that's Thursday, the 25th at 3 p.m. And then our housing subcommittee, the subcommittee designed to try to find the housing units for RENA, will actually be meeting for the first time July 1st at 6 p.m. So if you're interested in that, please tune in. All right, with that, we'll go into the consent calendar, Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 16. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports of each item recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
All right, I'm going to invoke my mayoral privilege of being able to move some items around. I'm going to be removing 11 and 12, which are the merchants associations. I'm going to be removing those off the consent calendar, but in order to make it work from a flow standpoint and not put it in front of the short-term lodging, which we have a lot of public comments for, I'm going to be moving those right before the public hearings, which would be right before the bids. So 11 and 12 are going to get pulled and moved down into right after item 20. All right. So with that, Mr. Herdman. Any items for poll off the consent calendar? Okay. Ms. Dixon?
I have none.
Mr. Duffield? Mr. Muldoon?
I'd like to lodge a no vote on item 3 and item 14.
Okay. Ms. Brenner?
I just have a clarification on the minutes from our special meeting. Should I do that now, or do we need to?
You can add, if it's fairly minor, yeah, go ahead.
The only thing that I'd like to add is there was a question that I asked at the beginning of that meeting, and in the minutes it just says, in response to my question, that, and then it gave the mayor's response. But the question was important because the question was, what is the county doing with the other $325 million that they were given to help with COVID relief? And I think in light of the fact that we had an extraordinary number of applicants for the money that we were given, I would like for us to consider at some point requesting additional funds from the county for that, because we had 900 applicants, and as I understand it, other cities had many fewer. So I just want that question to be in there, and then for us to talk about that at some time in the future.
Got it. So what we'll do is, as part of the motion, Mr. Avery will amend the minutes to reflect Ms. Brenner's question. And what I'll ask Ms. Brown to do is go back and listen to the question and insert it in. All right. So that'll be part of the motion. Okay, Mr. Avery.
I have none.
And I have none as well. So do we have a motion, Mr. Avery?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the balance.
Sorry, hang on one second. I need your mic on.
1 through 16, with the exception of items 11 and 12 pulled by the mayor and moved, and no votes from Councilmember Muldoon on items 3 and 14, and we have the amendments on item 1, the minutes, and Mrs. Brenner, her questions.
Got it. All right. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Herdman. All right. We'll go out to public comment on the consent calendar. Do we have any public comments?
Council, my name is Jim Mosher, and I wanted to comment on consent calendar item number 15, which is the Planning Commission agenda report for June 18th. There was a time in the past, you may not recall this, when the City Council actually heard at each meeting a full-fledged oral report from the planning director about the planning activities that had happened in the city since the last council meeting, with questions and answers. That's now reduced to this very cryptic written report that gives you nothing more than the vote. Within this report, I wanted to call your attention to item number 4 at last week's Planning Commission meeting, which was their approval of the fire station that you're planning to build on the Lido Peninsula. Their approval of that was predicated on the idea that a fire station is an allowed use on a parcel which is zoned for visitor-serving commercial uses. A fire station is clearly not a visitor-serving commercial use. Yet apparently our director has made some kind of a finding that it is. Fire stations are supposed to go in parcels that are zoned as public facilities. And there is a public process for changing the zoning, yet the city has avoided doing that. I think this item needs to be called up to review to ask why we have not changed the zoning of the parcel, because if we don't do that, our so-called planning, land use maps that we have really mean nothing at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on consent calendar in the community room? I see none. We have calls. Okay, we'll go to the first caller. All right, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, thank you.
Hi there.
Yep, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
You go ahead first. I'm getting echo on this line. I'm not sure if that's me or you. Should I call back?
No, it's okay. Why don't you just go ahead and if you're getting echo, you can just speak through it.
Okay, very good. Am I up soon?
Yes, please go.
Yes, hi. My name is Larry Robinson. I'm a homeowner on Newport Island. I was actually there present at the previous meeting where the Newport Island lodging issue was discussed. And I want to reiterate my push for the problems that we have incurred as a result of the short-term lodging.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Mr.
certainly a fan.
I'm sorry. Hang on just one second. So if you're going to be talking to the short-term lodging issue, that's actually item number 19, which is not,
Okay.
It's not part of the consent calendar. So when that item comes back, you're more than welcome to call in.
So call back when that comes up.
Yes, please.
Thanks so much.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next caller.
Okay, so
Hi. So if you're on the phone. Oh. Just a second, folks. Hi, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The audio problem, by the way, is still not fixed. I'm sorry that item 9 was not pulled for further discussion. In spite of what the staff told you at the 5 o'clock meeting, the staff report said the proposed improvements involve adding a third lane, a right turn pocket at Old Newport Boulevard, and a bike lane. There's no pictures of that approved proposed improvement in the staff report. While it may have been approved by Caltrans in 2017, it seems inappropriate to expect residents to remember that and not have access to see it. I still suggest that you pull this and kick it back for further review. I don't know why it has to be now if it was approved by Caltrans in 2017. And I maintain that the residents have strong feelings about the widening of PCH through Mariner's Mile. This will include widening from Tustin on of PCH. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the next speaker. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yes, I hope I'm interpreting your agenda correctly. I wanted to comment on item 16,
Yes, you
grants and
can.
donations report.
Yes, thank you. You can go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Robert Moores. I'm a member of the Newport Beach community residing in District 2, and today I'm representing the Newport Ocean Sailing and Association, or the organizers of the annual Newport Ensenada Race. The Newport Ensenada Race has been a
I'm
spring
sorry.
tradition.
Sorry, hang on one second. I know which one you're actually calling in on item 17. So grants and donation report are simply what we've received. I'm assuming that you're calling in to talk about a request for a grant.
You're correct.
Okay, so that item is item 17, which will be taking up right after the public comments on non-agenda items. So if you could call back on item 17, that'd be great.
Perfect. I apologize. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much. Any other callers? Okay. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead. If you can hear me on the phone, go ahead.
Yes, I'm a resident of Newport Island, and I'm calling to voice my opposition to the growth of the short-term rental.
Okay, so if you're doing that, then if you wouldn't mind calling back on item number 19, which we'll be getting to in a few items, that would be fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any other callers? All right, if you're on the phone, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Nancy Scarborough. I'm very surprised that this item is tucked into the consent calendar as a seemingly harmless increase in the consultant's contract. Because we're beginning a general plan update, which will include a comprehensive study of the traffic element, why would we waste an additional $139,000 to study this at this time? The city's experiencing budget cuts and reduction of services. This additional expense seems like a waste of taxpayer money, considering our current budget challenges. More to the point, the issue of widening PCH is a controversial subject with many residents. This study and the discussion with Caltrans about what is planned for this intersection, its implications for traffic, additional development, approvals, and the circulation element of the general plan needs to involve the residents and the businesses. It should not be a staff-driven project. Further, the state is moving away from increased traffic lanes with the shift to VMT and other new state codes. The need to increase lanes on PCH seems inappropriate at this time. I'm very skeptical about that whatever would be planned now would not be changed based on public input on the general plan or with new state mandates and proposed legislation in the near future. The optics of this are not good for the staff or the council. This should be delayed and incorporated into the circulation element of the general plan citizen element. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. All right, any other calls? No. All right, so we're going to bring it back, and Councilmember Brenner has let me know that she'd like to pull item 9. So we'll need to incorporate that in. Is that incorporated into your motion, Mr. Avery? And into your second, Mr. Herdman? Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, let's vote on the consent calendar.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 3, ordinance number 2020-10, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach amending Exhibit A to Newport Beach Municipal Code, Section 3.36.030 related to cost recovery. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, we'll move into item number 9, pulled by Councilmember Brenner. Councilmember Brenner, since you pulled it, would you like a short staff report?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Mr. Muldoon, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to confirm, City Attorney, there's no telecommunication component to this, is there? It says utility planning, which often does not include telecom, but I want to be sure before we proceed.
We didn't show any telecom when we looked at this project, but let me just confirm with Mr. Houlihan that there's no telecom component to this or undergrounding.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I just say something about this while you're getting ready? I I hope the public recognizes that we do hear you when you make public comments, and sometimes you raise issues that perhaps we have not thought about, or there's an aspect of it that we haven't thought about. And so I don't want you to feel like that we just shine you on when you're speaking for public comments, that this is an item that I really am interested in. And I know the people in along Mariners Mile and above Mariners Mile in Newport Heights are very, very concerned about anything that appears to be widening. So that's what I'd like to be able to assure them about.
Is the mic on? As I mentioned before, the project began in 2013. That's when the project was initiated. In 2017, ultimately, we got to the environmental document was completed and certified at that time. And getting to that point gave all the residents an opportunity to comment through that process. Since then, we've been in design, and we're at this point, and when you see this design, it's a second alternative. It's an alternative that was addressed in the environmental document. The reason why we're coming forth with this amendment is the original preferred design was processed through, and the funds were expended for that, and then Caltrans has since decided that they wanted to go with alternative one. We couldn't work out the design, which left the existing parking lot as it is, the Caltrans parking lot, and the road was pretty much where it is today, up against A's. What they wanted now, the direction they've sent us, is to now realign the road toward the Caltrans parking lot and have a residual property next to A's. Here's the property, or here's the exhibit. So, the main concern, as you've mentioned, is Coast Highway. And what we see here is 3 through lanes, ultimately with a bike lane, and a turn pocket created. Today, that third lane is a
dedicated, it just dies into a right turn. So what's happening is that right turn is now continuing through, and we've created a new right turn pocket. In this design, there's a lot of concessions that A's has to make, and we've been working with them for a long time, and it has to do with the on-site circulation. We won't just right now they have free curb access all around their property. They're gonna have an ingress and an egress. So it's gonna be controlled. And we've worked with them very closely, the owners, and we're at a point where we need to now work with Caltrans on the right-of-way negotiations as well as A's to complete that. So the design is now, as you can see, it's shifted over toward Newport Boulevard, and you can see how it bows around, goes through that residual parking lot that exists today, and the new residual parking lot ends up next to A's where it should belong. So, further.
So the public comments on this were back in 2013, is that what you said?
No, that's when the project began, and we started the preliminary studies and such, but in 2017, maybe 16, 17, is when the comments would have occurred.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And we don't know for sure that Caltrans is going to approve this version either. We're still in negotiations with them.
I'll let, Mike is managing this project right now. I'll let Mike speak.
Okay.
Mayor O'Neill, council members, thank you for bringing this up. It's actually good that the public gets a chance to see this. We did have a lot of comments during the environmental document that has been certified by Caltrans. Mariners Mile was in great discussion at that time. So people thought at the time that this was somehow connected to Mariners Mile, and we were pushing this through ahead of the Mariners Mile, whatever we do there. It's clearly not the case. I'll add, this was the #1 bike safety improvement recommended in our bike master plan. I don't remember what year that was actually adopted by council. And just last week or a week before, we had another vehicle that plowed through that pork chop, that we call it, right at the intersection there, tear out their oil pan, take out the sign again. And it's just happens time and time again. And the bikes going through that intersection it's scary at times. So the improvement that was approved during the environmental process in 17, which again, the public did comment. We received many, many comments and had many, many conversations about this. Had the road basically stay up against A's where the blue is on your exhibit there. After discussions with Sacramento and the director here locally at District 12, Caltrans, they really liked going over the old parking lot, and they've just asked us to really reconsider our design. It's a little more extensive in what we have to deal with and utilities and such, lots of things. But it's essentially the same design that was approved as the recommended improvement in the environmental document. This is just an alternative. It's not something we're trying to sneak behind the public's back. It's just this intersection. It has nothing to do with Mariners Mile. The other thing I might add is the 9 parking stalls that back out on the Coast Highway from A Market. That again causes me to cringe sometimes. That's going to be fixed with this project, and we're going to be able to accommodate the A Market with more parking on their parcel. And this is actually their preferred alternative as well. They wanted this since day one in 2013. So,
Mike, does this make it any easier for the rest of PCH along Mariners Mile to become 3 lanes each way? Because I think that's what people are primarily concerned about with this improvement.
Absolutely not. From Riverside to this bridge, right we see in front of you, is 3 lanes in that direction. A minimalized project, if Caltrans would ever approve it, we could simply just take that pork chop out of the way and make it a 3rd lane through and a right turn pocket. That would be a fallback position at some point if we can't get this project approved. This is a better alternative for the community. It straightens out the alignment of the intersection, makes Old Newport a stop. You see a lot of people stopping anyway, coming off there. The overall area here is considered an interchange by Caltrans. The hook ramps that are up the street, coming back down here. If we could make it a local road, we wouldn't even be having Caltrans involved. But since it's got some ramp connections, mean, these conversations have gone on for 7 years. And this, unfortunately, is where they want us to go. We've got from Sacramento down saying, let's get it done. And it's just a switch from the design that we were almost 100% done with, trying to get permits. And they said, well, let's switch to this. And unfortunately, it's another $139,000. We believe it's a better alternative. We would have gone here first. Now they're actually telling us to go here. So.
Okay. Mr. Avery.
Yeah, Mike, I had a tour of this, I think, a couple of times over the last 5 years, and anybody that's almost piled into the back of the cars before making that turn onto Old Newport Boulevard, and then if you're on a bike, it's just a place not to be. So I think everybody agrees this is great, and I also think that the residents' concerns about the widening of Coast Highway are well-founded based on history. And so I think our only issue here is just, it needed a little more reveal to certainly the folks in the Heights that are impacted, potentially impacted by any kind of widening of the highway. Thanks, Joy, for kind of bringing it up so people get a clearer look at it, because it is going to be a significant improvement. So I think the only question is, I think you've answered it clearly, that it does not in any way further the idea of widening the highway.
Councilmember, you reminded me of a walk you and I had there, I don't know how many years ago. The folks on Santa Ana Avenue, actually have been waiting for this improvement as well, and there is a sidewalk that will be moving up the hill, and we're even talking about some other alternatives for Santa Ana Avenue that is also included in this design package.
On the south side there.
Going up the hill, we are in this change, we're going to consider some Santa Ana Avenue sidewalk improvements that would, I spoke with them last week, and they're excited that this is hopefully moving forward.
The whole thing will become much more bikeable, much safer.
And also the A Market, the back property line and the side, all the property lines get sort of straightened out here as part of the project.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Herdman.
Mike, Councilman Avery just said this is a significant improvement. How so? Why is it a significant improvement?
As you know, I live on the west side of town, and if you're driving through this area, especially at sunset, and you have a biker who commutes to the west, Huntington Beach or wherever and beyond, they're in the far number 3 lane up against the curb in front of Sterling BMW. As they approach the intersection with the sun setting down underneath the bridge and it's sort of blinding, you see that biker come to the between the number 2 lane, there's a single stripe that he has to navigate between moving traffic that is turning right and going through, and sometimes that car that doesn't know that there's a pork chop there and jogs in and tries to go around it. Diane's probably witnessed this countless times. Or the car that literally just runs over the pork chop. With a biker in the mix at sunset, it makes me cringe every time I drive through there.
Are you widening Pacific Coast Highway?
If you look at the yellow on the exhibit, it's winding into where the A's Market or A's Restaurant parks. So if you want to deem that a widening, I guess you could, but it's really just to...
Because we just heard the comment on the phone that this project is widening Coast Highway from Tustin up to the bridge. Is that an accurate statement?
It's not from Tustin to the bridge. The yellow area right there on that exhibit is the only widening to correct the backing out on the Coast Highway from the A Market, and to create the right turn pocket separating the 3 lane that'll be that 3rd lane through.
And what
In
about
my mind, this is just a great safety project. I wouldn't be standing in front of you.
That was my next question.
I hate to use
How
the
does it
word
address
safety.
the safety issue, and does it in fact address it?
We believe it does.
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We got a couple more. Ms. Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, I think the bicycle master plan was adopted by the prior council in 2014 or something, I believe. That was, anyway, the point is, I can remember conversations about this because this area is a targeted improvement safety area lane for the bikes. So just to clarify, my understanding, as I say, I drive this every day, the lane is already there. It just feeds into the pork chop.
I'm going to ask the controls back here, Ms. Jacobs, to zoom in just on that.
And that's a good idea.
You can actually see it if
Oh,
you
it's
zoom in.
even better. So the so-called third lane is already there. It's just, it's an exit lane going on to Newport Boulevard.
If you look closely, you can see the pork chop. I don't know if you can zoom in just a little bit more.
And it's in my opinion, it's a safety hazard for the reason you just described. I see an accident there at least a couple times a week because people don't know it's a parking lot and they're exiting into a parking lot and it's really a right turn lane. So anyway, I think this is a good plan. It's not an expansion of Coast Highway from Tustin. The lane is already there.
Well, if you look closely, what Mr. Houlihan was saying earlier, there's 3 lanes just right at the bridge. There's 3 lanes right before the bridge, and those arrows are the lanes. If you see the black arrows, the lane's already there. Like I said, we could just decide to remove the pork chop, and the third arrow, the number 3 lane, could be a right turn pocket and a through lane anyway. And we could do that. It doesn't improve the bike safety. Still makes it so people are slamming on their brakes, turning right, which we wouldn't. This is a better alternative.
Okay, so I have another question related to the blue parking area. So if I understood correctly earlier, that it's obviously going into the Caltrans, the new lane is going in, expanding into the west of the it's into the Caltrans lot, correct? Right, so right there, that's right now.
This is all parking here, and I know council.
Right, but no one can park there, it's Caltrans lot. I mean,
correct.
Typically. But I mean, people may, but usually it's a staging area or something like that, and so it's prohibited. So the new blue, so that is for parking, or is that other public parking?
So the current right-of-way of Old Newport is right here where I'm drawing the line, and there's actual people parking on the side of the restaurant right there.
And what about to the left of that?
So this area is what we're going to be dealing with Caltrans in terms of deeming that surplus land to the city, and then we'll hopefully be coming to a deal.
That's public parking?
No, that will be actually then in turn used to negotiate the take in the front and the rearrangement of all the property lines.
Oh, so it may not be parking?
It would be parking, but it would be private parking for the A's.
Okay. Well, anyway, okay, good. All right. But anyway, this is made possible by utilizing the Caltrans property that's been unutilized by the city or by A Market. So that's a good thing as well. So we have bicycle safety, better safety at that right turn, and then enhanced parking. Okay,
yes,
good. All right, thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a fabulous solution to a really big problem. I turn there every day, and I wasn't privy to this design, but I think you've done a fabulous job. I just hope that it gets approved by all the agencies, and I can't wait for it to be done. It's unbelievably good, and it's going to save countless accidents.
Okay. All right, you can take a seat. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment from the community room? All right, seeing none, do we have, okay, we'll go to the phone. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Firstly, thank you to Councilmember Brenner for pulling this. Secondly, I have tremendous respect for the work that Mike Sinicori and Jim Houlihan are doing. I think in the future, what could have helped it was if this project alternate was made available as part of the staff report, because when something is on the calendar to approve a design that has 3 lanes plus the turnout plus bike lanes, it gets our attention. And that's what got us going today. And I agree with them. It seems like a reasonable alternative. It is involve trading private property and for city property and involvement with Caltrans. But again, that should have all been made available. The residents don't remember what was commented on in 2017, unfortunately. Thank you for your service.
Any others? No. Okay. All right, we'll bring this back. Do I have a motion? Move the item by Mr. Muldoon.
I'll second.
I'll go Mr. Herdman. All right, second by Mr. Herdman. And any further discussion? All right, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'll go to public comment on non-agenda item. Real quick, let me just explain this item real quickly for folks who this is their first time coming to a meeting. This is a public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So if you're here to speak to a specific agenda item, I'll make sure to call that agenda item, but this is on non-agenda items. All right, go ahead, Mr. Baker.
My name is Dennis Baker. I wanted to comment on a non-agenda item, but it does affect the city. Last week at SPAWN's Wednesday board meeting, SPAWN moved to hire an attorney to pause, not cancel, pause the Ensign project being done by the Newport Mesa Unified School District, and the city is named as a real party of interest. I struggled with emotions, even what I was going to say tonight, as to I didn't know whether I was angry, incredulous, or whatever, and I really kind of landed on really sad. And I'm sad on two fronts. I'm sad for the obvious thing, the loss of the trees, because when we hired our attorney as a courtesy, and I guess it's a very common thing, on Friday notified the Unified School District that we were planning on seeking relief in court, and that we would be doing that on Tuesday. So at 6 o'clock on Monday morning, the trucks and chainsaws showed up and started whacking down the trees. So that in itself is very sad. The attitude that the contractors had, that they couldn't quite finish the job on Monday, so they basically semi-destroyed the remaining trees, so they would not be recoverable, so when they could come back on Tuesday, in case it was stopped, they'd still have to take them out. So they are sad. I'm sad obviously for that happening, but the other real sad I had is that this was done by an agency, the Newport Mesa Unified School District, that is actually the agency in charge of setting standards, and I think should be an example for students and our citizens. And I'm not sure which troubles me more. I actually think that their behavior, basically to do this in a reaction so they could chop them down before we could get into court, is actually more saddening than the loss of the trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Nancy Barfield. I'm talking about the Ensign project that went down yesterday. I was over at the dramatic tear down of these trees for around 9 hours. I no more got home, and I get a phone call that there's rumors and innuendo going around that there was people inside the campus, that they were having ladders to climb in. And I want to just make real clear, I was there the whole time. There was never anyone inside the school that wasn't allowed inside the school. One staff member got locked out. She couldn't get back in, and the crew let her back in. I totally agree with what went on. We had Tim Holcomb that was standing there basically smirking when it first started. We also have videos of different gentlemen saying, we've got to get these trees down before this injunction gets put in front of us. And then somebody said, please don't take down that tree. And he says, I'm going to take it down faster. So he picked up a chainsaw and just tore into it as fast as he could. And then I happened to mention there's a nest in that other tree. And he says, well, I'll take that one down even faster. So not only they destroyed trees and did exactly what the other gentleman said, they were on a mission. And then afterwards, they started saying these rumors. I did write to Principal Shaka today. I straightened him out. And he wrote a comment back to me that was very nice. But he said, there was so much bad information floating around yesterday. I received some pretty outrageous reports and was uncertain what was true and what was not. This is very helpful. I had sent him an email explaining the entire day. I didn't give him the entire timeline that I gave you all. I gave him what really happened. And the people, we had 4 officers there. They were very nice. And, you know, they kept saying there's freedom of speech. They just didn't want anyone to get hurt. And then they were saying the school board, or the workers, they were saying, you know, we were too close to the trees. Well, it's public right away to the fence, to the sidewalk. I then called Jim Houlihan just so everyone could hear me say the same thing. So it was pretty bad yesterday. It's devastating. I've had more emails, phone calls, texts. Everyone's crying. Everyone's distraught. And we did get the injunction today. We do have our special meeting here on Thursday. I hope we have a very large turnout, and they need to work with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosher again. I have a non-agenda comment on a completely different topic. As you undoubtedly recall, at your last meeting, you adopted a budget for the coming fiscal year. 2 days after you adopted that budget, the California Coastal Commission held a statewide virtual meeting at which one of the most prominent items on their agenda, which apparently was well known and well anticipated by our city staff, had to do with the cleanup of the private encroachments on the public beach at Peninsula Point, for which the city is obligated to pay at least $500,000. I have two categories of question about that. Number one, was that $500,000 in the budget that you approved at your last meeting? If it's not in the budget, how and where is it going to be added to the budget? And the second question I have is, does the city have a plan to recover that $500,000 from the homeowners who caused the problem? It seems to me very much like somebody had spilled toxic chemicals in a street. If you know who the party was that does that, normally the city would try to recover the cost. So is the city trying to recover this money? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments from the community room? Do we have any calls? All right, we have one call. All right, go ahead.
Have a plan to recover that.
Hi, so if you're calling in, make sure you mute what you're listening to and then go ahead and speak.
Okay. Hi, my name is Brooklyn Schumann, and I live and work in Newport Beach, as well as I'm a white female living in a city with an 80.3% majority white population. I would like to hear how you're still able.
Sorry, hang on one second. You're breaking up, so if you could find a better reception location.
Okay. Is that better for you?
It is. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to reiterate how we're able to continue to help them. No.
Well, I'm sorry. We're still having a hard time. It's still breaking up.
Is that okay? Our town, as well as Costa Mesa, harbors a great influx of traveling and tourism. We have a very diverse range of non-residential visitors and a residential population that has result in weight in our political choices. We as a city and as a people are not just affecting those who take residence within our limits, but creating an environment that feels safe for all demographics. Furthermore, I would be interested in not only hearing further how our police force is implementing training and training last council meeting, but I would like to revisit budget removal. Pulling numbers directly from the city website, $67,202,345 being the proposed budget for the 2021, while 2018 budget was $59,693,214. Out of that 2018 budget, only $256,032 training and traveling, while the 20 revised for training and traveling only went up by $67,359. That qualifies a jump nor as much of an investment in the training of our police force as there is in the continuity. I would like to see that money redirected and overall budget redistributed into other areas of need within our community. The 2020 Newport Police training budget comes up $57,288 short of the Newport Police Department uniform expense budget for 2020. So I'm just saying that our police force looks great, but I would use for us any of the humanitarian time to be a fight for humanity in an area where I think.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other speakers? No. All right. We'll bring it back. To Mr. Mosher's question, that's it's worth just a quick response, because that's a fair question to ask for some clarification.
Mr. Mayor, yes, the Coastal Commission approved some consent orders for the city, and the city agreed to those consent orders. It obligate the city to remove the encroachments that are out there in coordination with the property owners who have to remove some patios. We did not budget for that in the current budget. We don't know the precise cost of that. We haven't put it out to bid yet. Early estimates are roughly $500,000. We think we can do it for less than that, but we'll have to put it out to bid to find out the precise cost, and then we'll deal with the budget at that point.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move into current business, which is item number 17, community programs and special event grant recommendations. I'll note just up front, this was an excellent staff report. So I'm not anticipating, does anyone need a staff report on this? The written comments were quite good. All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. Is a staff member, city manager or Carol, you're going to respond? I just have a couple of questions on a couple items. Under community and charitable events, now, all of those items are having their permits waived, or is there direct cash gifts given?
On the community, excuse me, on the community events, those are fee waivers only. And so staff determines what the fee waiver would be based on what their event is, if they need police or those kinds of activities. And then staff calculates that and then puts in the request to have those city fees waived.
Okay. On one of the items that was denied by staff, Orange County Coastkeeper.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give me a little bit background? This was expansion of Bolsa Chica and Calafia State Beach cleanup program in Newport Beach.
Correct. They've asked to expand their cleanup program to Newport Beach. The application did not say if they would do one event or 5 events, so we don't know what that is. And we also we already have a number of organizations that do cleanups for free. So we didn't think, staff didn't believe we needed another organization to assist with that, but that was just our thought process.
Well, I appreciate that. I would like to add for consideration that we reinstate their application grant of $5,000. Perhaps maybe there's another program. I know they do Coast Beach cleanup, but maybe there's another program. They're a good partner with Newport Beach in our coastal related activities. I'd like us to, and we have room, if I understand you, there's a little bit of extra.
There's $6,000 extra that we did not, staff did not allocate.
So when we have a motion, I'd like to add that to the motion to include.
Which group was that?
This is in community programs,
Coast
not
Keepers.
Recommended for Coast Keepers.
Coast Keepers.
Yeah, and it's on page 17-11 on that table.
Okay, give me just a moment. And so the thought process, I want to make sure I'm understanding the thought process from the city on why the recommendation was 0 is because the city does a lot of overlap. Is that from the notes I'm reading here?
Yes, so surf riders out here once a month. We've got 2 other organizations that are out here on a kind of regular basis, and those are free to us. So we didn't feel like we needed to add one more group.
Or at least pay for one more
At least
group.
pay for one more group, yeah.
Okay.
Would it be possible, though, because they are a good partner with Newport Beach for a lot of related programs, if maybe there's another or an aspect of our free beach cleanup that's not covered, or some aspect that would bring merit to this proposal?
We can, this is certainly council's decision. That was just our staff's, at the staff level, that was our thought process.
Okay. Mr. Herdman?
If that's included with the motion and approved, that leaves you $1,000 in that category, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have I understand you have 5,000 left over, or that you didn't allocate in the community and charitable events category.
That's correct.
Just talk a little bit about what might happen to those funds.
If the council chooses not to allocate those funds, they just go back to the general fund.
Okay, but at a later date, might we be able to allocate those funds?
Historically, this has been the opportunity for council to make that decision
Tonight.
tonight, so that we can give that to them, so that they have that for their events throughout the fiscal year.
I'm going to come back around to that point.
Okay.
Yeah, because
All right.
I'm going to address exactly that point.
And it just seems these times of recovery and everything that if this money is available to people, it should be allocated. Why are we holding on to it?
We're probably going to bring it back, but
Okay.
I'll come back around to that.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
The only problem I have with that is that we have these other organizations doing it for free, and I feel like it's sort of a slap in the face to them if we pay another organization to do basically the same thing or another aspect of the same thing. So I don't want to offend the other organizations by saying we appreciate your free efforts, but we're going to pay somebody else. So that's my concern.
Okay. So to Mr. Herdman's point, this was something that I had talked to Ms. Leung about. There are some of these that might not happen. And so part of the process here is if you look at some of these, I mean, so for example, Komen is in September right now. That might not happen. It may get moved. I don't know. I mean, we've been this year has seen a lot of shifting and canceling. So I do think that what we ought to be doing is whatever we approve, we should bring back in 6 months, because some of these might not happen, and there might be more that we can add into one that wasn't approved, or one that or one that was approved and would like to receive more. So I do think we'll be bringing this one back.
Okay.
It's impossible to see the crystal ball on this one. So
I know
anyway.
I talked to Terry Jansen today, who's the new president of the Balboa Improvement Association, and the board is meeting tomorrow night, and they're going to recommend that they not have a carnival this year. And that's the fourth item down. So you're right, Will. Yeah, some of these may not happen.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it. We've seen a lot of it roll into the next fiscal year anyway, because things like Field of Honor and the Balboa Island Parade and other things got canceled this year. So that's part of the equation. Ms. Dixon.
Is there a larger question whether we should do this, or we just defer it for a couple months?
No, I think my point in saying this is that I think it's appropriate for us to show the value here, and if some of these projects do go forward, they should be able to request and receive the money. If they don't go forward, then what we ought to be doing is bringing it back as a council and either reallocating or just saying, because I mean, one thing to remember, this is all general fund, so every dollar we're bringing out of this is a dollar that we're bringing out of reserves at the moment. Mm-hmm. So it's worth remembering that when we're trying to allocate some of this money, because if we don't spend it, then it's a dollar that we don't have to replenish in reserves. So we may reallocate it, we may not, but that's the kind of year we're living through. So that's what I wanted to point out when we're kind of working through some of this.
Right, and then I just want to address the coastkeeper. Maybe it should be held in abeyance for them to come back and clarify for another program that doesn't duplicate something that we get for free. It's just I want to keep them on the list. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, and that might be the point of trying to bring this back in about 5 or 6 months, because we'll know a lot more at that point for a lot of different things. Anyway, I'll just real quickly also point out Newport Mesa Spirit Run, first time in a signature event. I love it. I love seeing this one. It's great that they're growing in both stature and prominence. It's a health-related event that's geared toward kids. So, kudos to the Spirit Run for reaching to the point where they can apply and actually reach that level. So, anyway, with that said, any other comments up here? Okay, we'll go out to public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, Jim Mosier again. The agenda indicates, in addition to the listed items, you're going to be asked to consider providing a fee waiver to Speak Up Newport for the use of this very community room. And the staff report describes that as a unique new application this year. I thought the city had more involvement with Speak Up Newport, since I believe it films their meetings and posts them on the city website. So I'm wondering if somebody could verify that this truly is new and that they have not been enjoying some kind of subsidy in the past. And in addition, if other community groups that might want to put on a community program in this room will in the future be entitled to the same consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and City Council members. My name is Diane DeRudy. I'm here on behalf of Spirit Run. I had a PowerPoint that I had submitted. I'm not sure if you can see that. I would request that that be put up if possible.
All right, just a moment. We'll give you your time back. We'll figure out how to put it up.
Oh, there we go.
All right, your time started. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. We are respectfully requesting two things. One, that you approve city staff's recommendation for $21,000 as a signature event, our first year. And this one is a little bit more controversial now that I'm sitting here, but we wanted to see respectfully if you might consider Spirit Run to receive the $5,200 remaining in the community and charitable events budget. But of course, in light of all your comments, I trust you to figure out what's best on that. There are many reasons to support Spirit Run. Let me just briefly go through a few. Next slide, please. Celebrating its 38th annual year, Spirit Run is a true Newport Beach tradition. Kids who raced Spirit Run when they were young now attend with their children. Pictured here is Karen Yelsey, school board member, with her son Josh and her daughter Annie. This was in the 90s when she was the Spirit Run chair. This year, she was here with Josh and her grandson. Next slide, please. Perhaps the biggest fan of Spirit Run is Steve Scott, who is an Olympian and world record holder for the most sub 4-minute miles. He is a true Spirit Run enthusiast. He believes that kids need to be active and need aerobic challenge, and he thinks Spirit Run not only provides that, but does that in a fun environment. Next slide, please. In addition to all the fitness, Spirit Run's net proceeds benefit youth fitness and education. In the last 10 years, almost $400,000 has been donated to those causes. Next slide. I wanted to let you see a few examples of how that money has been used. Each year, Spirit Run asked the principals to let them know how it was used, and these are some examples of how that was done. Next slide. Also wanted to point out that Spirit Run benefits the city, both financially and in other ways. The City Rec Department hosts its Camp Newport at Spirit Run, which saves city staff time and rental expenses, and also potentially increases the amount of revenue generated from camp fees because Spirit Run attracts so many kids and families. Also, in 2021, Spirit Run is planning to collaborate with the Junior Guards program and the foundation to raise money for the Junior Guard headquarters. Spirit Run also provides sponsor benefits to the city, and from the participants that are coming from out of town, results in hotel stays and dining and shopping in the city. Next slide. I want to draw particular attention right now in this current conditions that we all know that we need to exercise, adults, everyone, to build our immune systems. Spirit Run provides the incentive to train and also provides a fun day for people of all ages to run or walk from a mile to a 10K and enjoy the day. You can do that alone, with your family, or even with your dog. Finally, I just wanted to point out that Spirit Run's board of directors has a proven track record. We are a group of attorneys, CPAs, and actuaries whose kids have attended the event. Not only do we love the fitness, but we believe in it and financially support it. Collectively, we have donated over $126,000 to support the event over the last few years. And finally, in conclusion, I just thought you might enjoy these fun photos from recent events with City Council members enjoying Spirit Run. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the community room? Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Hoyan Yip again. I just happened to be here to hear about this item, and Diane, thanks for your words for Coastkeeper. I don't know if they usually get money from the city, so as a cleanup volunteer, I have some idea which organization does cleanup where and how often, and what do they do after that. I need to be PC. So Coastkeeper is the real deal in Orange County. Very few environmental organizations work so hard, so broadly, creatively like Coastkeeper. They have done a lot for the city, also for the Newport Bay. So I totally support. I don't know what amount will be appropriate, but I think we should reward the real deal organizations. Some organizations, they say they do cleanup. They probably only do it once a year on Coastal Cleanup Day. And that event is also organized by Coastkeeper locally. Then there's another Zero Trash. I actually volunteer with Zero Trash too, but there is no Zero Trash in Newport Beach. And there's also some other cleanup organizations. They do this thing actually to get corporate to pay them to do this. For instance, Starbucks would pay someone to host their cleanup event. So there's different motivations behind different organizations. I'm not saying anybody's bad. I mean, any cleanup is good, but Coastkeeper is a real deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on? All right. Okay, let's go to the phone. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Robert Moores. I'm a member of the Newport Beach community residing in District 2, and today I'm representing the Newport Ocean Sailing Association, the organizers of the annual Newport to Ensenada Race. The Newport to Ensenada Race has been a spring tradition kicking off the sailing season for the past 73 years, with 2020 being the first and only cancellation of the event due to COVID-19. The Newport to Ensenada Race has been a long-time signature event of the city. For the past 7 events, the city has approved grants in the amount of $10,000 per year to help offset the expense of running the race. This has consistently been one of the lowest annual amounts awarded for a signature event of this stature. Last week, we received a grant recommendation from staff indicating the Newport to Ensenada Race was not being recommended for grant support in 2020-2021, stating that the funds received last year should be carried over to next year's event. Though we appreciate the logic, it does not reflect reality. We were less than 60 days from the start of the event, which requires a full year of planning, promotion, and coordination when it was canceled. This was also a year we produced a new website which features the city as the event's key supporter and increased pre-race publicity and social media efforts well in advance of the event. While NOSA did save some expense, it will have considerable due to the refunds to competitors for the canceled events, fixed overhead, dated apparel, and marketing materials which cannot be recouped. This is in addition to lost sponsor revenue. The net result of this is a projected 2020 end-of-year deficit of $18,164, which includes the previous grant support from the city. To go into the 2021 event without the support of the city's signature event grant will place a serious burden on the organization. We would like to request the City Council reconsider the 2020-2021 signature events recommended by staff to include the Newport to Ensenada race at the requested $10,000 amount. This will go a long way in helping to maintain the quality of the event in the best interest of the city. NOSA is committed to the return of this historic event in 2021, along with continuous promotion of Newport Beach and its sailing community and heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other callers? All right, we'll bring it back up here. I'm inclined to go with staff's recommendation across the board on this, and I'd like to bring this back in about 6 months to review, basically figure out who's used what, and if we need to reallocate or allocate additional funding for a variety of organizations. But Ms. Dixon.
Well, I support what you've just said, but I would like to put some priority attention to coastkeepers and to NOSA, so that we give them.
That's fair. I'll tell you what, we're in June right now. Why don't we bring this back in the second meeting in November? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move staff recommendation with the caveat that I'd expect to review this again in the second meeting in November for either a reallocation or addition, or even potentially subtraction, depending on how the economic looks like, but probably not. I think what we're looking at is the second meeting in November for just a review of where we are and perhaps a reallocation.
Sounds good. I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Mr. Herdman. Any discussion?
Can I make a friendly amendment to it, specifically include coastkeepers and NOSA?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think what we'd also like to do is see coastkeepers submit a little bit more detailed information for that particular meeting, and just coastkeepers. I think, you know what, I'm sorry. Let's invite NOSA to give us an update on that as well. So those two organizations only, so I don't want a reapplication process, but it's those two organizations specifically, if they would like to submit additional information to us, that'd be great. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, this should be a fairly quick one. Item number 18, resolution number 2020-63. Mr. Muldoon.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to excuse myself for a conflict on this one related to undergrounding in my prior employment, telecommunications.
All right, thank you very much. Just a moment. Okay, I don't think we need a staff report. Any discussion or questions? All right, any public comments on this particular item? Okay, do we have any calls? Nope. All right, we'll bring it back. I'm going to make a motion that we approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Dixon. Any discussion? All right, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Muldoon recusing himself.
Okay, let's go for the main item of the night, short-term lodging. I'd like a brief staff report to just go over the high points, and then we'll have any questions or discussion up here, and we'll go out to public comment. So, Mr. Georges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. We'll just put up here real quick.
You know, actually, just a second. We should wait for Mr. Muldoon to come back. Go ahead, Mr. Georges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can have. All right. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and just remind the council that these are recommendations from the ad hoc committee, which was made up of council members Joy Brenner, Diane Dixon, and council member Jeff Herdman. The committee's had a lot of public meetings, and you can see about 7 are listed up there. Those are the public meetings that they've been working on for over a year and a half now. And this doesn't include the 15 to 20 conference calls they had with staff, and the number of conference calls and meetings they've had with some members of the public. You know, the purpose of the ad hoc committee was to look at the short-term rental regulations and find that right balance to improve the quality of life for the residents. There are 2 ordinances on your agenda this evening. There is the emergency ordinance, and we have the short-term lodging ordinance. And I just want to focus really briefly on the emergency ordinance that's on your agenda. This is emergency ordinance number 6, and it repeals emergency ordinance number 3. Emergency ordinance number 3 actually banned short-term lodging activity on Newport Island. This, if adopted by the City Council, will allow Newport Island to continue with the short-term lodging activity, and there's about 16 active short-term lodging units. One caveat on this ordinance is that it imposes a 4-night minimum for any short-term lodging bookings. The rest of the city's under a current emergency order, which is 3 nights. Newport Island, this is the ad hoc committee's recommendation, is for 4 nights. So that's just that ordinance, and I'll just move on to the ordinance for the evening. One thing that the committee wanted the council to understand, and for the community too, is to look at the number of short-term lodging permits from all other coastal cities. And I've shared this with the council before, and you can see Newport Beach has about 1,500 active short-term lodging permit, and the next highest to Newport is the city of Carlsbad with about 690 active short-term lodging permits. And so why are we here this evening? This is a really important table that our revenue division staff put together. This shows the number of parcels, number of properties that have an active short-term lodging permit. It is not the number of units, but the number of properties. And you can see back in 2011, we had a low point of about 660 properties had a permit. And since that time, it's grown to over 1,000 properties in Newport Beach that have actual active short-term lodging permits. And that's a 60% increase. And the committee wants to share that with the council because that is why the committee was formed. This is exactly why they are making recommendations just for that 60% of increase of activity.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Jurgis, you just made a comment about it's the number of permits, but not the number of units, correct?
Correct. This table is the number of properties.
Properties, which means we haven't inventoried how many units are actually short-term rental units.
That's correct. You could actually have maybe 2 or 3 units on one parcel, one property.
So there could be significantly more than 1,500 short-term rental units.
We have 1,500 that have been permitted, so we know that this is the actual parcels.
Okay, but there could be more permits.
There's a potential. There's a potential for
potential.
Correct.
Yes.
There's a large potential for more, up to 10,000 units.
Yes, up to 10,000.
That's correct.
Yes.
The committee wanted to take the ordinance, the recommendations, and parse it out into 3 different ordinances. So tonight is the phase 1 ordinance, and it has your emergency ordinance and or the proposed recommended ordinance. The other phases, we're going to come back to the city council at a later time. Those are much more complicated. They require coastal commission approval. They require planning commission approval. So this evening, this is the easiest ordinance that we've come together and the committee has recommended. We'll be back later with more recommendations, and I'll get to that at the end of the presentation here. What's in the presentation? We've imposed some recommended changes. One is that a permit number is required, a short-term lodging permit number is required on all advertisements. We do have an occupant load requirement, which is out of the building and fire codes. And the reason why we're making this recommendation, it's really to inform the property owner, inform the applicant that's obtaining that short-term lodging permit, that there is an occupant load max for all units. The agents and the hosting platforms, your Airbnb and VRBO, we have been communicating with them all along, and there's a requirement now that they cannot complete a booking for a non-compliant property. And a non-compliant property is a property that maybe they haven't paid their business tax, they haven't obtained a short-term lodging permit, or they're probably in the wrong zone. There are new requirements for the property owner to post rules inside the unit, the contact information, 24 hours notice, no amplified sound, what's the street sweeping schedule, what's the trash schedules, where can the individual park, the tenant park, and a good neighbor policy just to ensure tenants are respectful of their neighbors. Owners are to create an owner's response plan. So in a sense, a nuisance response plan in case they have bad tenants. What do they do next? We've had some issues with subletting. We've had some corporations obtain a short-term lodging. Oh, I'm sorry, let me back up. We've had corporations enter into a long-term lease for properties, then they turn around and sublet that space or that dwelling unit for short-term lodging. We're going to cut that out. A property owner can only directly let or rent to a tenant directly. There's no middle person. The committee wants to recommend a 21-year age limit.
And for our finance department, they would like to see that we've closed any short-term lodging permits if they're not reporting any TOT for 2 consecutive years. The property owner can always come back and apply for a short-term lodging permit. The TOT is going to be required to be remitted by the property owner for our hosting platforms. The finance director may require that the platforms remit TOT in the future. Right now, that's not the request. That's not what staff is looking for. We've been talking to other cities. It's much more complicated, but we just have that option in this proposed ordinance. Also, we are requesting that we want to be able to have access to the units with just a 7-day notice to the property owner. We've had complaints from a code enforcement standpoint where they're using a walk-in closet as a bedroom. We need to get access into the units just to verify from a code compliance standpoint that that's occurring, and so we put that in this proposed ordinance. With enforcement, we've changed the enforcement. Now it is, you may get suspended for 2 violations. In the past, it used to be 4 violations. The committee wanted to recommend kind of tighter requirements. So if you violate the ordinance 2 times in a 12-month period, you can be suspended. If you violate the ordinance 3 times in a 12-month period, you can be revoked. And that goes through a hearing process. We've changed the admin citation, the dollar amount for violations. If you receive a citation, it used to be starting at $250. The committee wanted to recommend to start at $1,000. They wanted stronger teeth. People seem to be ignoring the $250. They wanted some teeth in the enforcement. And the finance director is going to have authority. If someone's violating state or federal law, for example, we've had an actual person be arrested for selling drugs out of a short-term lodging unit. So if they're ever convicted of violating that state law, the finance director is going to have some authority to suspend or revoke that permit. Resources, we've talked about resources in the past. So right now, staff is working on a 24-hour answering service, and this answering service is going to take those complaints that are occurring at any time of the day, especially in the evening hours. Our code enforcement staff is only working till 5:30 in the evening. We don't have nighttime code enforcement. We do have some code enforcement on the weekends. But this is really to address that immediate need, that immediate concern a neighbor has for a short-term lodging permit. Let's use an answering service. Staffing, we're not proposing any additional staffing at this time. What we'd like to see is just if the council wants to adopt this ordinance this evening, let's implement the ordinance, let's reassess our staffing needs, and we can work with our city manager to see what is the staffing requirements for code enforcement. All of this can be paid through permit fees, and once we implement the answering service, once we look at our staffing needs, we can go back and study our permit fees and make adjustments, maybe increase those permit fees so the short-term lodging can pay for any additional resources we need. Now, I'm almost wrapped up here. We did talk about breaking up the ordinance into phases. So this is just a preview of what we are working on that'll be coming to council later on. We are looking at to cap short-term lodging permit numbers. We have that number about 1,500. We're looking to cap that. We are looking to require additional parking requirements, 1 parking space per unit. We're studying minimum night stays. Do we want to implement a 3-night minimum stay or even longer? If you demolish a single-family home that's grandfathered with a short-term lodging permit, do you lose that permit, that right to rent out? We're also studying, do we want a minimum distance between short-term lodging properties? And that's something that we're looking into. And finally, we're looking also that we have about 212 short-term lodging permits issued to single-family homes in an R1 zone. Do we want to implement an abatement program? So this list in front of you is not on the agenda for tonight for consideration, but we just want to make sure that the council was aware of what we are working on and that we'll come back in the future. For our staff's recommendations is to go ahead and find this item exempt from CEQA, adopt the emergency ordinance, and introduce ordinance 15. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Avery.
More of a statement than anything. There's some really good operators of short-term rentals, and there are no problems when you have a good operator, especially they live on site. And failing that, if they're just real clear with their tenants and do the work that's involved with managing a good short-term rental. But on the other hand, we've heard the stories, there are an awful lot of people in our city suffer through short-term rentals, and it's not fair. And so if we're not going to have a requirement to have the owners and operators actually live on the properties, and then we need a robust system to basically identify and bring the bad operators to heel, and to go out there and find the violations and cite people. So, and I know, Simone, you mentioned that, so I just hope in the future, given the revenue that's generated and that we can pass on these fees, I think failing, we've got so many of these operations, and it's great, but if we're going to have that many, and we're generating that kind of money, and we generate more if we have to, I just think we should really support our residents, and at the very least have, when someone calls at night because of some party, a guy rolls, and they go out and they cite them, and then we hammer them on again until they feel the pain, until they realize they cannot disrupt neighbors. This is, we can't have it. So I'll be looking for that, and I hope we can get there to do whatever we need to have some kind of response team that can go out there, obviously in the peak times, and help us out. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'll just say thank you to the subcommittee on this. This is there's a lot of work, and this is a good, I guess we'll call it first phase. So I don't have any comments at all about it. Ms. Dixon.
Just a couple of overall comments, and then obviously we'll go out to public comments. Is the number of meetings that you saw that the ad hoc committee held shows, and with staff support, it's like, oh, we're going to have another meeting, because we really wanted to dig deeply to protect our residents first and foremost, and to respect the businesses, the professionally managed companies that are in the business, longstanding companies in our community that are good operators. And so much of what we are looking at in terms of tonight's efforts, as well as going forward, has the input of not only the residents, but the professionally managed firms who are supportive of these changes because they're already implementing them on their own. When we had this item before us a few months ago, and then Mayor Pro Tem asked how many violations there were, the fact, and this wasn't said at the time, the fact we don't have anything in our code to issue violations for. This will be the first time we have modified our municipal code to incorporate violations of quality of life type violations. So isn't that right, Mr. Jurgis? There's never been anything to cite. So it's been very frustrating for residents who live adjacent to these incidents in the middle of the night. Whom do they call? And why isn't anybody issuing a code violation? Well, there's no code violation.
We really don't have any regulations with regard to short-term lodging, just maybe just noise, limited noise.
And so this is why it's been very frustrating for the residents, because when they want the police, they want the police department to come out and do something, and there's really nothing because there's been no code violation. But there have been complaints. Have you been able to tabulate the number of complaints?
So to date, for 2020, we've had up to 130 complaints that we received just on the code enforcement side. This is not even counting how many complaints that the police department have received in the evening hours.
So, and by the volume of letters we've all received in the last few weeks on this subject, clearly there are issues related to quality of life. I just want to read some provisions in other cities, other coastal cities in California that have recently enacted new ordinances, new quality of life controls, because what has happened with the phenomena, let me just back up. Newport Beach has a reputation to be a welcoming community, and the apartment rental, beach home process has been longstanding. And it's only really been with the advent, according to the volume of the number of permits, with the online platforms. That's when the problems really started to happen in our community, because then it's proliferated. So here's some comments just to keep in mind as we consider what we're embarking on tonight and in the subsequent phases. Vacation rentals can have a detrimental impact on the character of residential neighborhoods by turning homes into de facto hostels or hotels, by leading to excessive noise and safety concerns, and by monopolizing available parking. The city has a responsibility to mitigate these impacts. Short-term rentals are effectively unsafe hotels, upsetting quiet residential neighborhoods with more traffic and persons who don't care about the neighborhood. They alter neighborhood character while introducing new safety risks and force neighborhoods and cities to bear the costs of their businesses. Hosts get the money, and residents get the noise, traffic, and degradation of the neighborhood. And most importantly, finding to have that out of control short-term rentals have a negative impact on property values, and that is something that is a major concern to all residents of Newport Beach. And we have found in our fact-finding and staff's fact-finding of other cities that there are far more onerous regulations being imposed by other cities. For example, limiting the total number of rental days per year that a short-term rental may be permitted to rent. We're not going that far. Also, the resident owner or the owner should be on premises. That's something that is intriguing to us. We may be looking at that, but that's very common in other cities. Also, additional fees. We are not adding additional fees at this time. The city of Seal Beach imposes additionally to the permit and to the business license a bond fee to cover the cost of code enforcement and police responding to the incident report. So there's clearly a lot more we could do, but it's not on the table. We're not recommending it, but it's just to let the community, let our residents know that we value their quality of life, and we're here to protect our neighborhoods. We want the good operators to continue to be good operators. And we want everybody to be a good operator, but there are clearly some who are not. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, can I just add one thing to that? There have been comments from people about us wanting to ban short-term rentals completely in the city. And we had a Zoom meeting the other day with short-term rental operators in a particular geographical area of our city the other day, encouraging us not to do that. We feel that by implementing the revisions to this code, having stiffer fines, being much more consistent about enforcement, that these units that are having such a negative impact on quality of life are basically going to eliminate themselves through the fine process, through the fine and enforcement process, and therefore make it not necessary for us to have to ban this industry from our city. Okay? All right, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further comments, we're going to go out to public comment now. So I suspect we've got a few folks ready. So just remember 6 feet of distance, and you can go on ahead and line up if you'd like. And we'll start with the community room. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Jeff Boston from Seabreeze Vacation Rentals. We represent over 100 vacation rental units in the city. Just want to get on record 2 separate things. First, that we do support 3-night minimums in all areas. So it's got to be uniform. There's no reason to carve out Newport Island and have them be a 4-night minimum and everybody else have a 3-night minimum. It's not fair to Newport Island properties. Parking spaces should be provided. We support the 2-person per bedroom +2 max occupancy, exterior signage, and the industry standard of 3 violations per year suspends your permit. We do not support limits on number of permits, as this would obviously need Coastal Commission approval. Listing the permit number on the listings is dangerous because looking up that permit number gives out owners personal information. So obviously we have privacy issues there. Then there's a lot of talk about the owner-occupied rentals and how Santa Monica was able to get that passed and approved. And even that City Council member Dixon was talking about. But Newport Beach is not like Santa Monica. The reason Santa Monica was able to do that is they never allowed short-term rentals, unhosted short-term rentals. Newport Beach has allowed that, so it would be such a significant change. It would effectively ban 98% of the existing vacation rentals. 98% are not owner-occupied rentals. They're whole home rentals. So it'd be an effective ban on vacation rentals in Newport Beach if that were to pass later on. I know that's not in this part. So I just wanted to get two questions answered. Would a cap on the number of permits constitute a change in use and require Coastal Commission approval? And the same question about eliminating or banning 98% of existing rentals by enforcing a owner-occupied rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of the City Council. My name is Debbie Stevens, and I'm president of the Corona Del Mar Residents Association. I do have a PowerPoint. Can I get those slides up?
Yep, give us just a second. We'll pause your time. Hey, Debbie, do you need 5 minutes instead of 3?
Probably not, but I'll say yes just in case. I don't think I do. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly.
Yeah,
but,
sorry, just 1 second. The reason I asked, just so members of the public know why I'm asking that, when a organization as large as CDMRA is, we like to give them a little bit of extra time because they can speak on behalf of members, and then the members don't have to speak themselves to take up the additional 3 minutes. So I want to make sure I'm pointing that out for people why I asked that specifically. So, okay. All right. Go ahead, Debbie. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I appreciate your comments as well. We were, after one of those town halls that Simone was talking about, we had a discussion with city staff as well as Councilwoman Brenner, and we agreed to do a survey for them. And basically, the city staff put together the survey questions, and we ran the survey between about mid-March and the very 1st of May, essentially the end of April. And so that's the results that I have to present today. We went out to our residents, which there's about 700 members, and we got 311 responses. Most of these, and if you'll go to the first slide, please, you'll see that most of these are from Corona Del Mar. I mean, obviously, that's who we represent, and we have most of the emails went to that zip code. However, we did encourage others to send out the emails to other people in the city. So there's more than just that. But again, 74% were from Corona Del Mar. This is a statistically significant survey because of the sample size and also because we had a very high number of, very consistent on what the answers to the questions were. So next slide, please. We asked the question, how many people were aware of the short-term lodging ordinance before this survey? 66% said they were aware. 30% said they were not. Next slide, please. Should the city allow new short-term lodging permits? 76% of the respondents said no. 19% said yes. So large number there. Next slide. Should the city require the operator to provide at least one parking space at the property? 90% said yes. 6% said no. Next slide. Should the city cap the short-term lodging permits or the number of permits? 82% said yes. 14% said no. Next slide, please. Should the city allow the permit transfer to a new owner when the property is sold? 68% said no, 24% said yes. I'm just not reading the no opinion parts of this. Should the city place a cap on the occupancy of 2 persons per bedroom plus an extra 2? 96% said yes, 2% said no. Next slide. Should the city require that the rental be a minimum of 3 consecutive days? 75% said yes, 14% said no. And then the final slide, should the city decrease the number of short-term lodging permits whenever possible? 72% said yes, 22% said no. So we just want to present this information to the city. It's clear that the residents are favoring additional restrictions on short-term lodging. Some of this is not what you're considering today, but I think it provides good information for you to take action today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Dennis Baker. I'm the treasurer of Spawn. And I am first, just a personal comment, that I compliment you on taking this in phases. I think that's a very good idea instead of trying to chunk everything into one pile and dealing with it that way. So compliments on that. At our April board meeting of Spawn, a resolution was passed supporting the city's efforts regarding short-term rentals. I quote the resolution: Spawn supports efforts to control and mitigate the negative impacts of short-term rentals on the quality of life in Newport Beach. In support of the city's efforts, the Spawn board member Nancy Alston did extensive research on this issue with the backing of Spawn and the encouragement of Spawn, and she is going to be following me up, and I'll turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Nancy Alston, and I'm a board member of Spawn. Earlier this year, through a council member, I sent some research on suggestions for regulations for short-term rentals. Before I start in on this presentation I was going to make, I do want to make one explanation for the list that the development committee department, where you saw the number of rentals in each city. Some of those are short-term rentals like we have, and some of them are only hosted. The person who owns the house or the apartment or the unit has to be there. For example, Los Angeles in 2019 passed a new ordinance, and you can rent your place for 90 days, but it is a hosted situation. You can get an extension of 120 days, but there's a lot of steps you have to go through to get that. Santa Monica, which has already been mentioned, really has a tough regulation. It has to be hosted. The person has to reside. And they were taken to court by Airbnb and HomeAway. And in late 2019, the Ninth Circuit Court, Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, reaffirmed and rejected Airbnb's claim. So Santa Monica's tough regulation stands. Another correction to that list, Huntington Beach, even though they have some short-term rentals, all of them are hosted. Any others are forbidden, and fines are given if you violate that. So it used to be that someone owned a home and maybe they wanted to rent a room or part of their house, or they wanted to take a trip. And in Newport Beach, where we encourage visitors, and we like for visitors to come, and we have wonderful beaches and harbors, it was a nice balance. And then what happened? Well, in 2007, Airbnb happened. And Airbnb went from 3 people in...
It's okay, if you could quickly
Okay,
finish that.
3 people in 2007 to 500 million check-ins last year. Now, do I get 5 minutes because I'm representing an organization?
I think Dennis was also saying he was representing the same organization, but it's okay.
Okay.
If you get another 30 seconds.
Okay. I want to address one thing that no one else has addressed, but I have a lot more. And that is what happens when it takes over your supply of long-term housing. And that is what happens. It happened in LA. A Mr. Lee, who wrote for the Harvard Law Review, explored that situation and wrote a paper on it for the Harvard Law Review, and determined that what happens is the person who has a long-term rental decides, well, if I rent this unit out for 1 or 2 nights, I can make a lot more money. So in fact, the STLs, what they do is they diminish our housing supply. And what has happened in California is Newport Beach is under a mandate to come up with over 4,800 units or dwellings in, I think, 10 years. And yet our housing supply is being diminished. And then there's lots of other reasons having to do with fire and safety, et cetera, but thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I am Rod Adams, and I'm here with my business partner, Megan Cooper, who will speak as well. But we own a short-term rental on Newport Island, and we actually use the management company Jeff spoke earlier, Seabreeze. And like him, we think the restrictions that are being discussed make a lot of sense: parking, occupancy. And like the council member said earlier, I think it makes a ton of sense to figure out how we address nuisances when they happen. The one thing we do have an issue with and do appreciate the change from a Newport Island perspective from, I think it was 2020-003 to 2020-006. We appreciate that is a little bit of an improvement, but I'm still struggling immensely with how Newport Island could be singled out. I haven't heard any specifics on why it would be 4 nights there instead of 3 nights like the rest of Newport City. Megan.
Okay, thank you, Mayor O'Neill and the council members for your time. I'm Megan Cooper. I live in Newport Beach and I work as an HR executive in Irvine. I know that you've heard a lot from Newport Island specifically, which is probably why we're being singled out. And a lot about the respectfulness of families, et cetera. So I just want to tell a quick personal story. After I lost my parents 8 years ago, my best friends, Maggie and Rod, they became my family. We've been friends for 25 years. I taught their daughters, Kayla and Sienna, to surf at Blackie's. I've flown to Chicago to watch their dance recitals. Maggie and Rod were among the first folks to visit me when I got moved out to Singapore for a short-term assignment. And we've had some of the most memorable Thanksgivings you can ever imagine. So needless to say, we're a family, even if ours might look different than those that you're hearing from on Newport Island. So last year, on one of their visits to me, we were sitting on the beach and we were researching the law on short-term rentals in Newport Beach, and we decided after a lot of talk to buy a $2.5 million home on Newport Island. I live in the back unit, and the front unit was meant for Maggie and Rod and their family to visit like they are right now. And we would short-term rental it out in the off time. Now, this is our home. This is our neighborhood. This is our family. We use Seabreeze, like Jeff just mentioned. He has strict ordinances on noise, occupancy, parking. We follow those. I don't think we've ever had a call on us, ever. And that's why we picked them. We pay taxes. We're respectful neighbors. And we support these responsible restrictions for our unit, but also for all of Newport Beach. But efforts have been made to single out our small community and thus our little family. And that's just, it's not right and it's not fair. It's put us in a very difficult position to cover our mortgage while we haven't been able to rent out our place. And in fact, we actually filed for a Newport Beach grant because we've been empty for about 4 months. So respectfully, just to conclude, we're not asking for any special treatment. We just want to be treated like the rest of Newport Beach, and we deserve to be treated like the rest of our neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Members of the council, my name is Larry Leifer. I live on Newport Island. I've been a 31-year resident there. And I'd like to tell you some things about my experience. I feel that the presence of short-term rentals is analogous to the COVID-19 pandemic we're fighting. It's equivalent to a growing infection in our neighborhoods that is foreign to the quiet enjoyment we should expect in our homes and neighborhood. Short-term rentals introduce a commercial element that lacks acceptance by neighbors and is equivalent to creating mini motel lodging, but without the presence of management to oversee the short-term occupants. Commercial properties are only licensed if they meet building codes, have adequate parking, and can handle the transient traffic of lodgers moving in and out. In the event of an on-site tenant problem, commercial owners have on-site management and security procedures before relying on city resources such as law enforcement. The property owners of short-term lodging, especially those owners who are absentee, have found a means of materially increasing the profitability of their property by short-term occupancy. In the event of tenant problems, there is typically no owner present, and the burden of ameliorating the disturbances is incumbent upon the neighbors and city resources and law enforcement. Newport Island is a very compact, bridge-limited access island that is a completely residential neighborhood, predominantly owner-occupied. The impact of short-term lodging permitting has been a nightmare and has proven to be incompatible to what our residents should have to tolerate. In the absence of a means to totally eliminate short-term lodging on our island, there should be a requirement that an owner of such lodging should be present on the property, that the minimum rental should be 1 week or more, that any tenant occupant vehicles have on-site parking, that the property is inspected periodically to be sure it complies with city licensing, and short penalties are imposed for violations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for your time. We appreciate you addressing this. My name is Mike Ivey. I live at 3801 Marcus. I'm that little gray house as soon as you come over the bridge. My wife knows me as the welcoming guy because I'm always sitting out on the patio these days, and every neighbor still has the freedom to say hello as they walk over the bridge. I love it. It is. It's great. It's a lot of fun, and we enjoy the community as a whole. I am for the short-term rental. We have never rented the home, but it is our goal to do so. We purchase it as an investment to rent it to obviously supplement retirement as we get a little older. We don't feel that Newport Island is any different than any other island. To me, it's the same as Balboa Island. It has the same density, it has the same lot sizes, it has a parking issue like they all do. It's nothing special in Newport Beach. It's in Newport Beach and we love it for that reason. I jumped off that bridge when I was 10 years old. There has been rentals going on ever since I can remember. And it's part of the reason we chose to purchase there. So what we're really looking at is, why is Newport Island being soloed out? Why are we being soloed out while the rest of the short-term rentals are not? We're being segregated from everybody else and we are being limited to the rental opportunity that exists. And I feel like there's an underlying motive amongst the residents who are on the island to get all of the short-term rentals banned on the island. And the reason I say this is because there seems to be a lot of fabrication of stories, a lot of fabrication and lies, exaggerations, to try to build their case. A lot of it comes out in the Daily Pilot because I seem to be the star of the thing. And on, what was it, March 1st, it's the duplex is used as a vacation rental, the midweek sunrise rooftop revelry, the vomit in the street, the guy with the video camera filming all the women barely their apparel. Well, apparently that's me. I've never rented that home, but apparently I'm the guy that everyone's pointing at, and I'm getting tired of being cussed out by the people who live on the island thinking that I'm the culprit. We're not bad people. We're not. We want to have a great rental investment property. That is our goal. We didn't buy a $2.5 million hostel. I represent a lot of people who are very honest, good, hardworking people who want an honest family to come in and enjoy Newport Beach as a family rental home. We don't want 20 kids. We don't want kegerators. It is not what we're looking for. I love the ordinances that you've put into place. The PowerPoint slide that you have, I think we should share. But help us just be equal renters as everyone else is in Newport Beach. We're not asking for anything special. We just want to be treated fairly. So I want to thank the council for their time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jim Miller. You pretty much know what you're going to hear this evening. You're going to hear short-term rental people tell you how wonderful they are, and they very well may be, and how problems are caused by everyone else. Then you'll hear comments like this one by residents who live in our community. And by the way, on Newport Island, I know of good Christians who've been sworn at by, when they were asked to quiet down by people you don't want to mess with. I've personally been woken up in my wife in the middle of the night by a girl getting beat up a couple houses down from me. Been woken up by people cussing and swearing. That's not the way it used to be. When we moved on Newport Island, it was a very quiet place. It's just recently when Airbnb came into fruition that these kinds of things started to occur. In fact, when Airbnb started, they simply wanted people like me, and I've used Airbnb, to have the experience of staying in a home with other people. And it's a wonderful experience when that happens. It's not a wonderful experience when people are rented out for parties. In any event, this is one of the comments I received. I did a survey with WNBA. Welcome to hell. I begrudgingly became an expert on vacation rentals 6 years ago when I found myself living in 3 foot away from a hotel. Not a real one, but a revolving door of yahoos, yo-yos in La La Land, using drugs and too much alcohol. Bachelor and grad parties destroy the peace and quiet of our neighborhood. Asking drunk strangers with prison tats to keep their noise levels down is too dangerous. Cities don't need to requisition any lengthy studies. Just spend a miserable, sleepless night next door to a vacation rental where there's a frat party as they barf and bark into your flowers after playing drinking games, and you'll know all you need to know. It is with good reason that communities like Santa Monica, Redondo, Manhattan, Rolling Hills have banned short-term rentals. Nobody wants to live by drunks yelling, swearing, and fighting. I have rental property. I could make a lot more money renting it out to short-term rentals. I don't. And a number of people on the survey feel the same way. They have rental properties and they wouldn't do that to their neighbors. In New Orleans, almost half the neighborhood has moved out because of short-term rentals. They call it a ghost town now. I know residents speaking tonight whose wives want to sell their homes if the owner-occupied resolution is not adopted for Newport Island. City councils up and down our coast and across the U.S. are stopping their communities from being destroyed. I guess my time's up. Thank you for being so patient, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot of other people who rent out their homes in a peaceful, and they do good screening of the residents, but unfortunately not everybody does that. And it's making it very tough for people who moved on because they had a quiet neighborhood when they bought into the place. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Lori Bowman. I'm speaking in support of lifting the ban on short-term lodging. The home I currently own on Newport Island has been in my family for over 80 years. I currently own the property with my siblings, and we often use the home for family vacations and get-togethers with relatives and friends. We also occasionally rent the house on a short-term basis, and we rely on the rental income to help with the cost of home maintenance, repair, and other property-related expenses. We are responsible renters and do not rent to tenants who cause disturbances or damage property. We understand the need to temporarily ban short-term rentals during the COVID pandemic, but feel it's extremely unfair and inequitable to lift the short-term lodging ban in Newport Beach, with the exception of Newport Island. The reasons given for keeping the ban in effect on the island: parking problems, density of homes, narrow streets, disturbances by short-term renters, are the same problems that all the other areas in Newport Beach have experienced with short-term lodging. We are amenable to the need to put additional restrictions in place, but don't see the reasoning or fairness in banning short-term lodging on Newport Island altogether. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sandy Pearson. I would like to tell you my experience for the past 30 days of what it is like living next door to short-term leased property. While stay-at-home order was in place, next door had huge parties with no social distancing practices. This is especially scary for us because one of our family members has an existing autoimmune disease. A few days after that, home was raided by over a dozen police officers with bulletproof vests, guns drawn, search warrants at hand, and tenants were arrested that day. Then the next week, a weekly tenant came in and sat in their patio drinking and talking until past 1 a.m., 7 nights in a row. Even though they did not play loud music, the later it got, the more alcohol they consumed, the noise level got higher, such that we were not able to sleep. Week after that, 3 families rented the home for 5 days. Each day, I counted over 30 teenagers at the house partying, and that is not even counting all the adults that was there as well. I could provide pictures of all these accounts. This brings me to today. I'm asking the City Council to adopt and implement some regulations that will help control the problem that the short-term lease home causes. First, please decrease the occupancy. I believe more than 10 people in that home is harmful for us. 2, change the minimum stay to 1 month would definitely alleviate the most, if not all, the problems and aggravations that are caused by short-term lease. I would love to see our enforcement officers step up and actively enforce our existing regulations. It is very difficult to have any code enforcement officer actually give citation due to they must see the event happening while they are present. The problem is by the time we call in the violation, it takes a day to get hold of our officers since they are usually out on the fields. The code enforcement officer should give citations and fines by the pictures provided by the citizen that reports the problem. The fine needs to be punitive. The home next to me rents for $13,000 per week. A mere $500, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 fine is not a deterrent for them. It also, fines goes to the tenants, not to the owner, as far as I was told. To get the attention of the homeowner, an initial fine should not be less than $5,000 or at least 25% of their weekly rent, and a repeat offense should be at least equal to 1 week rent or $10,000. All penalties should be assigned to the address, not just the current short-term tenants. If the fines goes with the property and they are cumulative, the owners of the property will have the incentive to rent to a more responsible tenants. Newport Beach Police should be more willing to give out citation. Each time we call, the police officer do what they do well, diffuse the situation and ask the tenants to go inside without giving them a written warning. Next day, we call again. Then a different officer comes out without knowing prior officer was out for the same reason the night before. Then, may I finish?
Very, very quickly.
Okay, the new officer again diffused the situation without writing them a citation. If the citations were written each time, then the homeowner would be more responsive, especially if they were fined. Please realize when we call the authorities, we are desperate, and it does cause a hostile situation, and the renters retaliate next day, and it is not a safe situation for us as a resident.
All right, I need you to finish up, please.
Okay, lastly, I believe the property management company needs to be fined as well. When a management company is called, their reply is, you chose to live here, therefore you must deal with it. If they are made accountable, then they will be more careful to whom they rent the property out to, especially since the property management company shields the homeowners of most issues.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for all you do, especially tonight. My name is Gary Cruz. I'm from Newport Island, and I have a piece of property that my parents have owned since the mid-'70s. They rented it out some. I've been in that property since 1986, and I've seen a lot of changes over that time. We rented our property out for a few years, and we never had any problems. My neighbor next door rented out her property, and we had some problems that ended the moment she moved into the property. So I'm a firm believer that people living on, if the owner lives on the property, that a lot of problems are resolved. I'm also a little, I don't understand that why there were no codes enforced. I think I heard earlier that there were no codes. And I was always under the impression that if there was a violation, that the police fined the homeowner and the tenant. And that if there was none of that going on, that kind of answers one of the questions that I had was, how can a piece of property have police there twice in a night, in the same night, and then come back again and have to come back 3 or 4 times in a week? So maybe our problems will be solved if the codes are enforced. One of the things that, you know, I've been in the Newport Beach area for a long time. I know we have this area called the war zone. That's nothing to be proud of. And if Newport Island is becoming a war zone, again, that's what we're trying to stop. So I've heard a few people say, well, why Newport Island? Well, from what my understanding is that our percentage per square feet of short-term rentals is higher than other locations. We have a very small island, and I don't know how many short-term rentals we have in there, but I think I've heard the number 18. And Mark, what do we have, 85 properties on the island? So we have a high percentage of short-term rentals on the island, so we just don't want to become the war zone. I think the problem lies in enforcing rules that are in place. We have a bridge that kids are jumping off of time after time after time. And I understand the police come in and they move them off and they advise them. That sort of indicates that behavior is okay if we don't catch you. And it's kind of the same thing with the rental properties. If they're partying and the police come in and say, don't party anymore, then they come back 2 hours later and they have to do it again, you're kind of approving bad behavior. And again, that's what I think we're trying to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Council members, hello. Thank you for having me and everybody here. My name is Thomas Horton. I do live on Newport Island. I grew up in, I'm from San Diego, but I grew up in Newport. In college, I put myself through college by working for a Newport Peer Realty, a 9-month and weekly rental management company. I had my license, managed all those short-term rentals in Newport. It's a great revenue generator, and I'm behind that 100%. I actually have my broker's license in California. It's interesting how folks think that Newport Island is not different. I bought on Newport Island about 3.5 years ago. Some of my neighbors are here. It was a very different place, and it's worse than the peninsula now. Why? Because Newport Island is a unique triangle with about 12 corners, and what we have for two-way streets are one-way streets on the peninsula. We've got 18 out of 100 licenses. I don't know where all those licenses came from in the last 3.5 years since I moved there. And it's not just that. The peninsula can handle that. We've got one ingress, the bridge that you live next to, sir. And you don't see what we see. I can barely get off the island most of the time, on or off, okay? When people are renting short term, they come down, all their friends come. And even if there's not parking enough for them, they're looking for parking. And they're stopped, and they're breaking the law on parking. This island is, the way it's shaped and the way you get around, I mean, I've seen so many emergency vehicles not being able to get to where they need to. We've got a lot of older folks on the island as well. It's a bad place, and it's a liability to have a lot of short-term rentals. And I love what the city's doing. You're kind of coming forward with what a lot of other cities are doing to retain the quality of life. And I'm glad you're doing that in a phased approach. It makes sense, but the Newport Island is extremely different, and it's basically an emergency liability for the city. If you go there, it's super obvious. Okay, so thank you for listening to me.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosher again. This agenda item involves 2 ordinances. I regard the adoption of ordinances as being a significant and weighty responsibility on you that needs to be handled directly and correctly. In the director's presentation, his final slide said he was recommending that you introduce the ordinances with edits. It said in parentheses. I have not seen what those edits are, and I think I and the public need to know what ordinance you are introducing. I looked in the lobby, I could not find that. As to the second so-called emergency ordinance, as you know, ordinances normally need to be introduced at one meeting, adopted at a later meeting, and then go into effect 30 days later. An emergency ordinance is different. It lets you enact new rules by introducing, adopting, and having them go into effect immediately in a single vote. That extraordinary power is supposed to be exercised only when that enactment is necessary to protect the public peace, safety, or health. I do not believe this so-called emergency ordinance is an emergency ordinance. If you adopt it as such, you have to approve Section 1 on page 1946, which says the City Council declares that this ordinance, which is an ordinance re-allowing short-term lodging on Newport Island, is necessary to help limit the spread of COVID-19. And then it goes on to explain that those short-term lodgings which we'll be approving are interwoven in such a way as they will lead to the spread of COVID-19. This is not an emergency ordinance needed to prevent the spread. This makes no sense at all. This is a normal ordinance. It needs to be introduced tonight, it needs to come back for a second reading, and then it becomes effective 30 days after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quickly, the edits that were being referenced were actually written by Mr. Mosier. So I'm going to have Mr. Harp reference that afterward, but Mr. Harp is taking into account some of the comments that Mr. Mosier made and will be made and is recommending edits based on Mr. Mosier's comments. So we'll bring that back. All right, go ahead. Next speaker, please.
My name is Craig Valley, and I'd like to make a couple of general comments regarding short-term lodging. First of all, the Peninsula and Balboa Island they've had short-term rentals for basically 100 years, and the makeup of the peninsula is about 65% rental, and it accommodates and short-term rentals kind of fit in that neighborhood, whereas Newport Island and Newport Shores are more residential. They don't, quite frankly, accommodate short-term rentals that much, and I refuse to operate a short-term rental on those places. I'm in favor of stricter enforcement, and I think one of the key elements would be an understanding of what a relationship is between a guest and a proprietor relationship like a hotel, which is what short-term lodging is. In a landlord-tenant relationship, there's certain restrictions, but in a proprietor-guest relationship, a guest can be evicted immediately if they violate their contract. I think one of the key to this whole problem here is to have a contract that's required by short-term lodging permit holders that enables them to evict a guest if they do not follow certain rules. And if the owner of that property does not abide by eviction when they break the rules, then that needs to be dealt with, I think, in some sort of a fine type basis. Now, I've lived on the peninsula in the past for 14 years. I had vacation rentals on both sides of me. I'm very familiar with all the issues that take place on this. So I'm in favor of stricter enforcement. Now, the typical profile of a vacation guest are families. That's why the category has expanded so much in the last several years. It accommodates families. Singles, graduate parties, brat parties, that shouldn't be really a category for short-term rentals. Families, mom, dad, kids, grandpa is perfect. We've had places in some places I rent where the kids that have been going to the same place for 10 years, they think their parents own their rental, and the neighbors all get along. And that's really a more typical profile. I think the problem is not short-term lodging. That's not really the problem. The solution is stricter enforcement. And I think if certain regulations are passed, particularly wherein the owners are required to evict somebody right away if they violate the rules, that would go a long ways. So to have someone sit there and party all night and all that, they can be evicted immediately. I think that's going to be that needs to be part of the restrictions going forward.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council, Mayor O'Neill, Council members. My name is Max Johnson, and I'm a 25-year resident of Newport Beach, and I currently reside on the Peninsula Point community. You know, living in District 1 on the peninsula, obviously, we're the mecca for short-term lodging. As Greg said earlier, you know, we have the most short-term rentals out of anywhere in the city. And I can just say, not even if I didn't reside on the peninsula, just the fact that in the last 10 to 15 years, the dynamic of living in the city has drastically changed. And, you know, we are considered the mecca for short-term lodging out of any other coastal city, I would say, in Southern California. And I think that it has gotten out of hand. I think that it's time that these restrictions are put in place. I'm also in favor of stricter enforcement. And I would also say I think that the proposed fines that the ad hoc committee, in conjunction with Simone, what they're proposing, I think that they should start even higher. I think that the first violation should be at $2,000 versus $1,000. But just kind of coming back to my point, I'm in favor of taking this in phases. I think that's really wise. I think it allows the residents, for those who are not in tune with what's going on or maybe catching up with what's being proposed, they can come back and continue to be a part of this discussion. I appreciate the council for taking this time, as well as the ad hoc committee. And Simone, I think Simone and staff have done a really great job in doing this. And I would also say Nancy Alston, who I serve with on the board of SPAWN, took quite a lot of time looking into this as well. So again, I would also say I speak for, I would say, a majority of my neighbors, Peninsula Point. We really have seen a drastic difference in the quality of life on the peninsula, especially coming past Palm Street, where you get a lot of those college grads and high school students, people that want to party kind of on that stretch, and 2 blocks that is just, you know, I would say it's part of the war zone, or it's another war zone in itself. And the most recent story I have is just a week ago on one of my evening runs, a young man who was high on narcotics was throwing furniture at neighbors on either side of him who he was renting this property with other young men that were also doing drugs, and ended up being naked, and was out in the street when officers arrived. And he was so high up on adrenaline, tackled, actually, I would say the first responding officer couldn't subdue him. After 7 more units arrived, they were able to subdue him, and then paramedics and, you know, the fire department were able to take him to Hope before, I'm sure, being hauled off to jail. But that just incident, you know, is, I don't think, something that any neighborhood, yet alone, you know, families with young kids, which happened, the amount of young, you know, family members that were out during this incident just trying to have, you know, this, what was going on explained to them, was just an interesting experience. So anyway, I thank you for your time. I'm in favor of what's being proposed, and would really like this to be taken in the phases. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
My name's Joe Bowerbank. I've been a resident of Newport Island for about 10 years here now. Live there with my wife and 6-year-old son, Mason. I can tell you that I'm pretty much going to reiterate what a lot of people have said here tonight, and that is that things have changed on the island, at least since I moved there 10 years ago. When we moved there with my wife, planning to have our son, it was family-oriented, it was safe, it was community-based, it was a lot different than it is right now. And I think that when we moved there, if memory serves, I think you had to have 30 days if you were going to rent out your place, which was of high interest to my wife and I, because you don't have those short-term rentals. Well, that changed. So let's fast forward today. I live on Marcus Avenue. It's one of the more well-traveled streets throughout Newport Island. I've seen it all. I got cameras throughout my house. I've seen vomit, I've seen body parts, I've seen things that I didn't see when I was there, and I moved there in 2010. So it has changed. The people that do operate short-term rentals, for the most part, are cognizant and respectful in terms of who they rent to. We have one a few doors down, and those people are pretty good at vetting who comes in, who goes out. However, there's another handful of people that do not do that, and that is the problem. I don't want to explain to my kid, my 6-year-old, why there's vomit in the street, why there's cigarette butts all over the place, why there's broken beer bottles. We had one incident 2 summers ago, and it was the summer of hell. It was frat party after birthday party, after this party, after that party, after that party. It became so much that we hit the pause button on buying on Newport Island, okay? So we've been kind of waiting and seeing, and I've approached my existing landlord multiple times to buy that property. Well, they asked me if I wanted to buy it a couple months ago, and I said, not at this time, pass. Why? Because the dynamic has changed. So that being said, there's got to be some sort of a balance if you are to have STRs on Newport Island. how those people that come and enjoy Newport Island are able to do so in the confines and just be respectful, guys. There's a lot of people that aren't, and I gotta tell you, thank you for this meeting, because I'm gonna wait and see in terms of whether I buy a Newport Island and raise my son there, because what I'm seeing right now, it ain't gonna happen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I am the president of the Newport Island Community Association, and I want to thank City Council and the Mayor for this time and for addressing this situation with short-term rentals on Newport Island. We did put a survey, and I sent in some slides. I don't know if you have them, but if we don't, I'll just read the questions. Our hope is to find a solution to the situation that has become a growing concern to our Newport Island residents. Our association's been around since 1952 in one form or another to represent the residents of the island as a sounding board for important issues that affect our community and help maintain the quality of life on our island. And lately things have become very heated between the residents and the short-term rental owners. Because of this, we did perform this survey to help us better understand the residents and how they feel about the island and living among the STRs situated close to their homes. We got a lot of responses, and it's a meaningful representation of the island and the community and how they feel about the STR issue. So, do we have those? I see it over there, but I don't see it here. Survey, that's all right. Newport Island has always been a very special place, a place of community, of families, island get-togethers, a place completely separated from the peninsula and the 100 block, a quiet place that has always been a residential community. There is some homeowners, rental homeowners, that have done a wonderful job managing their properties and ensuring their tenants are vetted and that their premises are dealt with when anything gets out of control. Those who live on the premises are there to see things go smoothly, and they do a great job. But this is unfortunately not the case for majority of the island short-term rental owners, leaving the residents to deal with the ongoing nightmare. At some point, there was a change in zoning, and when all this happens, the floodgates open for short-term rental permits, causing a whole new set of problems that nobody saw coming. There's been a huge spike just in the last 18 months, from 4 to 16, 17, or 18. We haven't even seen the repercussions of what our island would look like if all of these short-term rentals were packed full of transient guests and their friends. The only reason this hasn't happened is due to the temporary ban during the COVID crisis, and we don't want to know what it looks like. We already had enough congestion and problems when there was only a portion of these rentals were being operated. And I'll talk about the survey. So our residential status is mostly homeowners, multi-generational, been there for 10, 20 years. There are renters, and they've been there a long time, even up to 30 years. So we definitely have a long-term status there. Do you have another slide? How frequently do we use the park? The majority of our residents use the park. It's a place where they congregate. It's where we do our Easter egg hunts, our potlucks, our 4th of July celebrations. It's where the kids play, where we have picnics and barbecues, and it's where our communities gather. We did a survey on...
Please finish up quickly.
Did I get 5 minutes?
No.
Can I get 5 minutes?
No.
No?
No.
So I'm the homeowners association.
You've had a number of people speaking for the exact same issue. There's a difference. So the answer is no.
Wow. Okay. That's wonderful. Okay.
Sir, I need some respect tonight. We've still got a number of speakers on this exact same topic, on the exact same issue that you're speaking to. So I'd appreciate just a little bit of respect while we're working this through.
Oh,
so
absolutely. All right. Well, I'll just go ahead and finish up.
Thank you.
We just really want to get things cleaned up on our island. So we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right. We have eight callers. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Hi.
Let me see if I can, is there an echo? Or-
It sounds like there is, but we don't hear it, so go ahead.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say hello, and my name is Tracy Wyatt. I'm a resident of Newport Island, and I wanted to speak to you today relating to short-term rentals on our island. As you've heard from many residents already, this issue really is a safety and quality of life issue for our neighborhood. The explosion of permits that have been issued in the past couple of years has resulted in, I think, 17 or more short-term rentals on our small island of approximately like 109 homes. This influx of short-term rentals has created parking issues and traffic hazards, cars driving on the street, speeding, running stop signs, which has really impacted the safe community. And it's the children in our neighborhood that enjoy riding their bikes and skateboards, accessing the beautiful park. Our streets in our neighborhood are really narrow, and they often require cars to travel one at a time to get from one end of the island to another. You know, unfamiliar weekend renters often speed down the street, creating a really serious safety issue. Watch fire engines trying to access the island, and it's really in terms of space. Couple this, loud parties, fireworks, shopping carts in the alleys, trash strewn in the streets, broken bottles on the sidewalks. We really need consideration given to the impact these short-term rentals are having on our island. We're just a small residential island. The influx of these short-term rentals created a really unsafe imbalance in our neighborhood. I ask you to work on this issue and explore additional means to protect the needs of our safety and our residents. Capping the number of short-term rentals geographic areas is our island seems like a reasonable measure to consider, along with some of the other suggestions I know have been explored. I want to letting you speak on this issue today. I want to thank you all for your service to our community. And I also want to thank Council members Dixon, Herdman, their response, like via email. Really appreciate it. And that's all.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker
All right,
then.
thank you.
All right, if you can hear me, go ahead. So you need to mute. You need to mute what we're listening to. Okay.
The second you start speaking,
So please mute what you're listening to and then speak.
And I also want to thank Council members Dixon, Herdman, their really appreciate it.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I need you to mute what you're listening to, then speak.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Don Abrams. I'm a broker and resident of Balboa Island. My company manages about 40 vacation rentals. We rent to families. Like Craig Batley, I agree with most of the new restrictions, but not all. I guess before I started, I wanted to thank you all for your patience. You've listened to many of these presentations tonight and in the past, and I appreciate all your effort. One thing I was wondering about tonight is why there was no notice to me or other realtors or people interested in vacation rentals. I've worked with the ad hoc committee this year, and I only was notified by my real estate board. But I think you would have seen many more people speaking on the subject if we'd been notified. I know some of the council people notified their constituents, and obviously the people from Newport Island were notified. There's been a lot of attention to vacation rentals, and I'm wondering why we've had to have so many, why this is such a boogeyman subject for the Simone out there are only 1,000 homes out of 75,000 or however many homes we have in Newport Beach, and the number has grown from 700 to 1,000 in 7 years. Not a huge increase. I think oftentimes people make complaints to the city about vacation rentals that are not true. I'll give you an example. On Memorial Night Day evening, I was called by a lady who wanted to remain anonymous, complaining about my vacation rental in North Bay. I asked her for details and couldn't give me too many, but she said there were 10 or 15 people in our vacation rental, and they were making noise in the alley, running remote controlled cars, cheering, keeping her up. They made a mess on the beach. So this was at 10 o'clock at night. I called my rental manager, asked her to investigate. He called our nice tenant who was staying in the house, two parents with children 2 and 5. And of course, it wasn't them. It was another regular family that lived in the house. This is the only thing I've had in years. But the point I'm trying to make is so often people assume that if there's someone making noise or throwing up or having gang tattoos or any of these things, they assume it's a vacation rental. I guarantee 90% of the time it's not. And I'm just wondering why such a big deal is being allowed to take up so much of your time when this is really such a small problem in terms of things. In any event, I agree with limits on minimum day stay. There should be parking except for grandfathered properties. There should be fees for abusers. The few things I'm against are a limit on the total. 1,500 is completely unreasonable, and people losing their permits if they don't use it after 2 years. I have a permit on my own house that I pay the city every year. Privilege. Why should I?
Okay.
In any event, so much for listening, and
thank you.
I hope these restrictions will be reasonable.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead. Hi, if you can hear me on the phone, go ahead. You're going to want to mute whatever you're listening to me and then go ahead. Sorry, if you're not going to respond in a couple seconds, we got to go to the next speaker. All right, let's go to the next phone. Hi, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Vaccaro, and I'm a vacation rental owner. And we're very conscious. We have all the property surrounded with security cameras, which we monitor frequently. I just want to know how we can be protected against neighbors that are trying to sabotage us, calling the police on families playing board games, in order to try to get bad reviews for us. And if there's 2 offenses can cause us high fines, how do you differentiate a sabotaging neighbor? And also the other thing that would be wonderful if the city could somehow address, we have repeatedly tried to not discriminate, but inquire about the age of renters, only to be told by Airbnb they're going to on our list because that is discrimination. Because we try to vet, we know Airbnb vet. So if some way that we could have dialogue with Airbnb, try to get that to not look at like discrimination. for us to ask, what is the age of the renter? Are you a family? Which is what we want, which is what the neighbors want is. And the other thing is I have lived here for over 40 years, and the amount of long-term renters that have vomited, defecated on the property, it wasn't vacation renters. So it seems like there's a lot of singling out, just like the gentleman said before, that it's always pointed towards the vacation renters. One of the rentals is surrounded by pot smokers, but yet I get calls all during the night about somebody smoking pot at my property. No way that I could know without running over there and, you know, investigating, which we do if we need to. So basically, my 2 points are: one, how are we getting protected against neighbors that are blatantly sabotaging? And number 2, is there a dialogue with Airbnb so we can better vet our guests and have a more peaceful guest, which we do go under the lines of Airbnb and really do take corners to find out what the age of the guest is. And
All
I
right.
appreciate all you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker, please. All right. So make sure you're muting what you're listening to, and then go ahead and speak.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Steve. I'm in Island with my wife for a few years now. I'm not going to take up too much time to rehash it, but I think there's no way this is a conspiracy that 75% of the people are all against the detrimental effects of short-term rentals. I was out of California for 2 years, Nashville, lived in a few places with the Navy and other jobs, and I can say that the experience happens in a transformation from a family neighborhood or even a neighborhood of semi people with long-term short-term. I happen to be the person who walked across the bridge and caught the people taking naked photos. So it's there that's a lie. Sorry that my neighbor on the corner of the street, it wasn't him. But at the end of the day, there's been really good ideas here, and I think it's fair to say, in my opinion, that the proposals that are forward for phase 1 and phase 2 are woefully short of what's necessary to control this. There has been several new ideas that I haven't heard of before, but like what in people that are having just coming out and telling them to quiet down for days on end. I saw in the regulation something about having a person 25 miles away. Every hotel I've been to, there's somebody on site, not 25 miles away. I can tell you that in my years of living here, I've never seen a single management company or to rock out of their show up when they need to turn the sheet and clean up the place for the next one, and that's it. These houses are often in really huge disrepair. 98% of earlier people that live here. And I don't care if you used to live here. If you moved away, it's not you don't have a stake in the ground the same as the rest. So I appreciate the question on there's a reason this topic's here, and we're so passionate about it. I've taken almost 3 hours of my night to sit here and prepare for this. Know that that's a huge investment, and we thank you guys for this. Get this thing to the community and tell you bigger than what you're even hearing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the next speaker now. Hi, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Patricia Graney. I live in Connecticut, but I own a home in Beach. And yes, it is 3 a.m. Get up for you. The first time I participated would be the last, sure. Over the years, I experienced a lot of drunk, drugs, loud noise, fouling in and around my home here in Newport.
Sorry, I'm sorry, can I ask, are you on a cell phone right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll talk a little slower. So coming in from the east, I get no sleep. I come home house and in 2018, I only went to my house twice because it's not fun. It's not enjoyable. My son is there now at the house, COVID, and his sleep is disrupted with the party. I pay taxes in California. I support many charities, and yet I'm asking myself, why am I being punished in my home for 20 years from responsible people? So my question is, do I sit in my home for 3 years and let my home become somebody else's problem, or do I wait it out for a solution? That's it.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to the next We'll go to the next speaker. Hi, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. Sorry for jumping the gun earlier. Larry Robinson, homeowner on Newport Island. I'll get right to the point. Newport Island is unique. It was marketed that way to me when I purchased there 6 years ago. Clearly, the realtor, Burr White, said this is a unique place. It's family-based. It's community. Unlike you go across the bridge and across the street where you enter the war zone, here it's nice, quiet, calm. And the best thing is they don't have short-term rentals. Fantastic. She sold us, started out that way, and obviously that was not the case. So the issue I have is not with the rentals, it's the short-term rentals. People want to make money on their properties, fantastic. Rent it for a month, preferably, or be owner-occupied. The people that say there's no problem are the ones who aren't there with them. I was there at the last meeting when we talked about this. Garage goes up in the morning for my neighbors who have been partying all night. There's like, I think we counted 8 people sleeping in the garage. There's nobody around to regulate that. Nobody's coming in and counting to make sure it's 2 per bedroom plus 2. Nobody's counting that. So I just want you to right. It is an issue. And again, I have no problem with the rental. I live next door to a rental. In 6 years, there's been 2 renters. They have an annual lease. They want to make money on this rental property like some of the other folks have mentioned. Great. Rent it out for a month or a year. Otherwise, seriously, I think the city council should seriously consider the owner on the premises to keep this from happening. So appreciate your time. And it is not a small problem, as was mentioned by, I think, Mr. Abrams or some others. These are the people that aren't living in that community. It is different. It's unique. And we appreciate your supporting at least 4 days. I prefer a month. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Bye now.
All right, next speaker, please. Hi, so make sure you mute whatever you're listening to and then go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of the City Council. This is Gary Sherman. I'm the president of Visit Newport Beach and Newport Beach and Company. We're the tourism marketing agency for the city. As you know, tourism in Newport Beach is always and always has been, a very thoughtful balance of business and protecting the quality of our life. And quality of our life is very, very important. On behalf of the city's entire tourism industry, including our hotels, we really want to applaud the work of the ad hoc task force for their excellent work. We know how difficult that process has been. I want to applaud Simone and the team because it's a thorny nut. And we completely endorse this proposal in front of you tonight, which encourages responsible short-term rentals and protecting that valuable quality of life, because that's a large reason why our visitors come, is to experience that specialness of our quality of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, go ahead. All right, if you can hear me, mute whatever you're listening to, and then go ahead and speak. Sorry, we got a few seconds, and then I got to get going again. If you can hear me, speak into the phone. All right, we'll go to the next speaker. Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, City Council members. My name is David Granoff. I'm a 36-year resident of Newport Beach. I moved here for the quality of life, live in a safe and wonderful environment, and raise my family. I'm going to cut this relatively short because you've heard pretty much everything that people have said. But in my neighborhood, for the past 30 years, it's relatively all owner-occupied and long-term rentals. In the past several years, it's now changed to I have 9 short-term rentals within a block and a half surrounding our house. You started earlier. I feel Mayor Pro Tem Avery, Councilwoman Dixon, and Councilman Herdman made some very good remarks on what we need to do for this. We have actually owned several rental properties, but we do not do short-term rentals because of the impact it would have on the neighbors. I think at this point, enforcement is going to be the key. Some of the things mentioned with if an owner lived in one of the units, or possibly even a long-term renter in one of the units, there'd be less issues for a short-term property to have issues. I think possible spacing, one every 500 feet or one a block or something like that could be given, and also priority to owner-occupied rentals, and definitely a 24-hour line for complaints if necessary. I appreciate your time, and I know it's late, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Hoffman. I've lived on Newport Island for 25 years. And in degradation of lifestyle aside, I would say that parking is absolutely impossible on the island as it is as a resident. Adding short rentals just compounds that to the nth degree. I want to echo something that the resident said earlier about emergency vehicles. Every single street on Newport Island is a single lane road where you have to pull over to the side and pull into somebody's driveway to allow somebody to pass. So there's absolute liability on the city for emergency vehicles, et cetera. And that's it. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker. Hi, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Clove. Mayor O'Neill, you have no chance of having a short-term rental near your home. Mayor Pro Tem Avery, you have no chance. Mayor Councilmember Duff, you have no chance. And Councilmember soon you have noted, Council Members Brenner, Hurd, and Dixon do. Real estate agents have told us that the price of real estate is lower next to short-term rental. You all have claimed, or most of you have claimed at various times, to support property rights. I know that early in your careers, you had to count votes. There's 87,000 people in Newport Beach, many of them voters. There's 1,500 short-term rental permits. Some of them actually litter. Why are we doing this tonight when the quality of life of the residents is so negatively affected by a little transient occupancy tax that don't really need? I support the position of the Newport Island that we have set a precedent. We have lodged, provided rules and ordinances that separated certain areas. This is the case where that should be. Every home put into service as short-term rental, we lose as a resident. We have 4,832 residents required under. What benefit do we get for them as short-term rental? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Did we lose that speaker? No? All right, please mute whatever you're listening to and then go ahead.
All right, I'm muted. Hello, my name is Jeff Jordan, and I've been a homeowner on Newport Island for over 20 years. We had a great neighbor who owned a home next door to us for even longer. She moved and decided to use her Newport Island home for short-term rentals, and this turned into a nightmare. We began experiencing frequent problems, including drunken parties that go late into the night, blatant drug use, drugs being used at the back patio of the table, people passed out in the backyard. There was even a pornography shoot with the actresses and actors filming in the backyard and on the gangway and dock. Many of us work hard to live here so we don't have to deal with it. I'd like to finish by saying most of our lots on the canals are 30 feet wide with a mandated 3-foot wall between the properties. This means there's no separation between residents and renters in the backyard. Just taking our dog out in the evening can turn into that situation. The women in my house have been harassed. The people that rent can be extremely drunk and drugged and rowdy, and no more than 3 or 4 feet closer than you are sitting to your neighbor right now. I'd just like to say that I hope the City Council and Mayor can protect residents like myself and my family from what these short-term rentals bring. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Lisa Zucata. I'm a homeowner on Newport Island. And I just wanted to refocus the conversation on the fact that the city ordinance was passed under emergency order under COVID-19. If we're all honest with ourselves, parking and traffic is about construction. This is really a permitting and a zoning issue. And I don't think that the short-term rentals is a huge impact. I think that as a community, we're all on the same page. If the culture has changed on the island, then we should come together and have a discussion. But unfortunately, it was done on a public platform using the global pandemic to further agendas. And I would love to see the data that shows that the cases of COVID-19 was decreased by singling out Newport Island. I just don't think Newport Island needs to be singled out. I think this is a peninsula issue, and we should all get together. And I think the city council staff has a good plan in place, and we should all come together. But I don't think Newport Island should be singled out.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, go ahead.
Hello. My name is Penelope Gilbert, and my property has been in my family since 1946. During that time, we have seen many changes on Newport Island. At the moment, my original little beach house is surrounded by short-term rentals. On the one side, I have a multi-story building that supposedly is occupied by one of the owners. However, now that they have a hot tub on the roof, are parties going on day and night. During the past week, the police have been called to the 400 block on 38th Street on several occasions due to party disturbances. It appears to me that something must be done. No longer is the residential community that Newport Island originally was. The proliferation of short-term rentals has changed the
You have another 30 seconds if you'd like it. Sorry, ma'am, are you done?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, thank you very much. Any other calls? No. All right, we'll bring it back to the dais. I should ask, do we have any other people who feel compelled to speak in the room? Okay, we do. Sorry, hang on one second. The mic's not working in there. Just a moment. All right, now go ahead.
Are we good?
Yep.
Oh, great, thank you. Once again, thank you for your patience, Mayor and Council members. Quite an evening. I think the first thing that we should do, and there's still some people here, is we need to be better neighbors, not just us, but you too. So we've got to work on all of us being better neighbors. First, I want to say the stories you've heard about Newport on the parties and all that, yeah, maybe, but I can guarantee you'll get those same stories if this was about another island, another district, another whatever. They just happen to be here tonight because it is about Newport Island. We go back to what some of my fellow landlords were saying earlier. It's about fairness. If 4 days is a good idea, great. Let's do 4 days for all of Newport. Maybe 5 days is a better idea, and we'd be all set to do that. What we object to is being singled out, and it puts the council in a very bad position of deciding winners and losers, because yes, it's going to be easier for somebody who has a 3-night minimum versus a 4-night minimum. And in fact, there may be 1 or 2 people on the city council who indeed would benefit from that. Not that I don't think there's anything sinister about what's going on, but it's just fairness. And then another thing about life on the island. You know, my fellow residents are putting it all on us short-term rentals. The life on the island has gotten different with these mega mansions going up 3 stories, 6 bedrooms. Now there's cars from teenagers and everything else. It's not just short-term rentals that has changed that island. My house is built in 1952, I think. It's the same footprint, the same everything. But these bigger and bigger and bigger houses is affecting parking and everything else. And on the parking issue, my unit is rented less than 50% of the time. That means less than half the time there's no car associated with my unit. So this whole idea that parking is only a problem because of short-term rentals, it's because the houses are getting bigger and their families are getting bigger and the teenagers have cars, and that's just the truth. So yes, there is a lifestyle change, and yes, that's sort of the way life is. Things do change. Anyway, thank you again. Just be fair. Treat us like everybody else. 4 days are good. Everybody 4 days. It seems so basic and simple that I'm not sure why we're having to do this, but thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Scott McFetters here from Newport Island. I'm really glad I'm the last speaker here, hopefully tonight. But listen to everybody today. I'm happy I really made it tonight and put the time to kind of make some changes on the island. The survey that we put out basically was close to 90%. 87% of the residents that responded did not want short-term rentals. And the reason they don't want it is because the same reason I moved on the island is it is a residential neighborhood. It is a residential neighborhood. It was not, there was I think 2 or 3 of them, and I was one of them. I bought one of the houses that had one of them. And I thought, oh, this is great. They're grandfathered in. I've got something that's worth something. But I found out anybody can get a short-term license after that. And all we've had is problems because in the last 2 years, I think it went from 3 to, depending on who says, 16, 18. And we've had everything go nuts next door. We've had big parties. We've had people passed out. We've had dogs running around the mud in my backyard. There's no responsibility taken by the owners, and there's no responsibility taken by the people around us that actually operate them. And so it's been a big issue for our neighborhood, the whole neighborhood, not just our area, but the whole island, because you've got Ubers racing by, you've got parties going by, you do have guys with prison tattoos that are operating some business late night out of somebody's garage. So we've seen it all, and we don't want it anymore. So that's why we're here. We want to ask for an owner-occupied situation on Newport Island because the residents want it. We want to be protected, and we want to have a quality of life like we should. Not every place is different. Some places, a majority of the places are taken over by short-term rentals, and they have a huge problem, and they can't do anything about it because it's 80-20 short-term rentals to residents. But we can do something, and we will do something about it to get it to change because we're over 80%, if not more. I think there's 110 houses, and out of those, I think maybe 28 are duplexes, and out of the 28, a lot of those, I don't know if a lot, but a few of them are all still operating short-term, single-family homes. So you can see the survey we did. You can talk to people on the island. It's a triangle. Parking's horrible. The short-term rentals have no problem parking in the red zones, blocking our emergency air access, blocking people's garages because they want to park and just their friends do. We get swarms of people. It's not just like a family shows up and it's 4 people. It's like 1 family, 2 family, the 3rd family shows up, the 4th family. Oh, the softball team from Arizona, they're all going to stay at the Ramada Inn, but somebody rented a house on Newport Island, so let's do that. So we're asking for an owner-occupied situation or a ban eventually through the Coastal Commission on short-term rentals on Newport Island.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna bring this one back. I'm just gonna tell you up front, I'm gonna separate out the regular ordinance versus the emergency ordinance for vote and discussion. So Ms. Brenner, go ahead.
I had a few questions and then a statement, but Simone, could you answer a couple of questions for me? Can we require contracts that each contract contain a clause allowing the ability to evict? Can we require that? I know, and did we talk about that, or is that somewhere in what we've projected, or?
Let's give the city attorney that one.
Yeah, we typically wouldn't get involved in the contractual affairs between the tenant and the business owner.
But could we
No,
require?
I don't believe, no, you
that
could
they
not.
put that in their contract?
You could not.
Okay, all right. And we talked about a clause allowing less than 1 week only if the owner lives on the property. Is that something we're still considering down the line?
That's correct. That's on our next phase, our phase 2.
Okay. And will the occupant load be listed on our own online listing so that someone who looks up a short-term rental will know what the occupant load is there?
Yes, we can definitely do that.
And the other question was, can you give us an example of, because you're talking about fire codes determining what the occupant load, can you give us a couple of examples of sizes and what the number would be?
Certainly. So what we're recommending is just based on both the building code and fire code, which are very similar in occupant load calculation. So you take the floor area and you divide it by 200. So if you have a home, and hypothetically it's 2,000 square feet, divide that by 200, your maximum occupant load is 10. And we would require that information, that declaration on the application, and we can actually post that online too. So it'd always be 10. So if code enforcement ever gets complaints, we can look it up, code enforcement can look it up, and actually do the inspection to say, do you have more than 10 in the property?
Okay, and let's see. Could we go up to a 4-night minimum for all instead of making Newport Island the exception? Could we go up and make it a 4-night minimum for all in order to make it consistent?
That would have to be a separate emergency ordinance, which was not on the agenda tonight.
Okay, and then the only other question, and then I've got a quick statement, about Jim's concerns about what is published and what's an emergency ordinance and what we can do tonight and what we can't do tonight. Could you address that?
Certainly. So the Newport Island was during the really that strong COVID stage that we're in, and we're still in that emergency order. The city is under an emergency order. So with regards to short-term lodging, when we banned it throughout the city, that was an emergency ordinance. And then when we opened up short-term lodging, we continued to ban it under the emergency ordinance. The city is under an emergency order. So the only way that we can ban these items is through an emergency process, and that's what we're doing. Now we're looking at Newport Island, and we need to release Newport Island, and we're going to do that, continue to do that through that emergency ordinance procedure. I understand that maybe Mr. Mosier doesn't feel like we're in emergency status, but we still are in emergency status for the city.
All right, thank you very much. And I
you.
just had a couple of quick statements about this process that we've been going through. One thing I did want to mention is, to Dr. Vaccaro's point, it's not okay for long-term renters or owners or anyone else in our city to be behaving in the ways that we're having complaints about short-term rentals. And we need to make sure that when people complain about those bad behaviors, that we make sure that citations are issued and we keep a lid on that, because we do have a lot of complaints from people saying that citations are not being issued when people are behaving badly, and sometimes they're our own residents. So that's something we need to pay attention to. First of all, I just wanted to say cities worldwide are dealing with this. I was watching a show on international house hunters, And they were talking about Barcelona, where people wanted to buy a house there in order to use it as a short-term rental, and they don't allow anymore in Barcelona. So this is an international issue that we're dealing with, and it's really an important one. And the other thing is, I wanted to say that the property rights issue is really important, and we are a business-friendly council. We're also a resident-friendly council, and I think it's important to understand that the majority of the people who've bought duplexes in our city are business people too, and they have factored in the revenue from their long-term rentals as part of often their retirement plans, and some of those people have written to us and are concerned because they're losing long-term tenants because of the effects of short-term rentals nearby. So it's really important that we consider those people and their business interest. And the other thing I've heard from several realtors, that the prevalence of short-term rentals is affecting our property values, and that they actually have had people say that they don't want to buy in Newport Beach, or they don't want to buy in certain neighborhoods, and we heard that about Newport Island. And I think that we really need to be very cognizant of what this issue is doing to our property values. So this has been a long process, and we've worked really hard on it, and I just hope that we've reached a point that we've come up with some really fair and equitable solutions that we can all get behind. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
Yes, I just want to clarify. You started to say something about property rights, just if you didn't maybe finish, but just to clarify, it is a privilege, not a property right, to have a short-term rental permit. The city issues permits. It's a permission. Long-term rental agreements are indeed property rights. Mr. City Attorney, am I speaking that correctly?
That's right. This is an annual permit, so it's not a property right.
Okay, thank you. So on the basis of the discussion we've had tonight and heard from many, many residents, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the support the municipal code change relating to short-term lodging, which are the items that Mr. Churches identified, and then specifically to Newport Island is to prohibit the rental of any lodging unit on Newport Island for a period of 4 consecutive nights or less to any other person other than a medical professional or emergency responder. So we're maintaining that language that we had in the previous emergency ordinance. So those 2 items, that's my motion.
And I will for sure second that motion.
So given the
We could both second that.
All right.
So given the nature of the emergency ordinance being very different from a voting standpoint than the first motion, it's a good idea to split those up. Yeah. So if you would like to, here's what my request: if you could just make staff recommendation A and B, so we're only dealing with the regular ordinance first, and then we can go to the emergency ordinance. That would be helpful.
All right, well, I guess it's B and C, so we'll do B.
So it would be A and B for, the A and C will be the emergency ordinance.
What you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if you just say staff, if you'd move staff recommendation A and B.
A and
B. B as in boy.
Okay, and Mr. Herdman seconds?
I do.
All right, is there any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, we'll.
Just real quick, there's a couple.
I'm sorry, that's right. Go ahead.
So Mr. Mosher pointed out a few Scrivener's errors, so I'll just go through those real quickly. The last whereas clause, it should be service instead of serving fees. Under section 5.95005, there's an extra apostrophe in subsection E, and in subsection I, the R should be an is. In section 5.95045, the reference to 1.08090 should be a reference to 1.08080 in sections 19 and 20. And in section 5.95050A2, the reference should be to 3.28010 instead of 3.28020. And then there were a couple substantive issues he raised in 5.95065. There's a reference to the suspension of revocations. It says violates a short-term lodging permit condition. It should be violates any short-term lodging permit condition in A1, A5, and A6. And in B1, the appeal would go to the finance director. So those are the changes that were made.
Yeah, so those were all changes made based on the review of Mr. Mosier's comments. So incorporated into your
Yes.
motion,
Yep.
into your second. All right, any discussion? All right, let's vote on this one.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2020-15, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending section 3.16.060 and chapter 5.95 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code relating to short-term lodging. Councilmember Herdman?
No,
No.
is it not showing up on your screen?
The screen went to bed. Are you a thumbs up?
Are you a yes? Okay, yeah.
Okay, the motion carries with Councilmember Muldoon voting no, so it'd be 6-1.
Okay. All right, and let's go into the, let's go now, if your motion is staff recommendation for A and C. And was there any modification needed to make? I'm sorry, I can't recall.
Not for me.
Okay, then that's easy then. So go ahead, if that's your motion.
No, that's fine, just as written, A and,
C as in cat, yep.
yes, C, in terms of the 4-day minimum.
Let me get a second, and then do I have a second? Second from Mr. Herdman. Okay, we'll have discussion. Mr. Muldoon.
Just as a point of order, I'm sorry, I thought you coupled them all together. Could you just parse out the first vote versus this vote?
Yeah, so this vote, the first vote was only A and B, so B being the ordinance that is not the emergency, so Exhibit C. So the vote we just took was only A and B. Does that change your vote? Okay, there you go. So this motion is A and C, and it's been seconded by Mr. Herdman. Any discussion? I have a couple of comments, but if you had further discussion, Mr. Muldoon. Okay. Yeah, so let me just say real quick, I understand what the folks on the island are trying to do here. I think this is the wrong avenue by doing it through the emergency ordinance. I thought it was the wrong avenue the first time, which is why I voted no. I think this is the wrong avenue again. I understand Mr. Mosier's points, and it puts me in a conundrum because I'd like to see the original repealed, because I didn't think that we should be treating Newport Island differently than any other area. And that's why I'd voted no the original time. Now we're in a position of needing to make an emergency declaration in order to roll it back and then add on the 4 consecutive nights issue. So the conundrum is how to get there. And the problem is, in order to make this, we still need to do a 5/7 vote. So it is a very odd procedural issue.
Do an emergency?
So the question from Ms. Dixon is, does it need to be on an emergency basis? My understanding is yes. So, but go ahead, Mr. Harp.
I agree. I think the emergency is still in effect. You know, in essence, what you're saying is that a complete ban isn't necessary. So you're going to basically repeal that ordinance and replace it with the 4 consecutive night stay requirement. But that's still dealing with the emergency situation. But you would need justification for why to treat Newport Island differently than you are the rest of the city. But I think you've laid that out in the ordinance of what the basis for that is.
Yeah, and that's where I'm having the conundrum. I couldn't make the findings the first time, but now I have to make the findings to reverse the original findings. It is the strangest situation that we're in right now, and I think admittedly that's why we shouldn't have done it in the first place. But I'm curious, when we submitted to the Code Commission on this, what did they say? No, the first one, the ban on Newport Island, when we were treating it differently, because we had a lot of concerns at the council level about what Coastal would say. So what was their response?
So that was handled actually at a staff level. I believe Mr. Simone-Georges issued a coastal development permit for the action.
Right, Coastal Commission didn't have, because it was an emergency order, they didn't have any comments on it.
Did we submit it to them for comments?
We did.
We did,
right.
And they didn't have any comments back?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, it is just the strangest thing. I mean, on balance, I think I'm going to vote for this simply because I just don't think we should be treating Newport Island differently, and by doing so, we're going to be treating Newport Island differently. I don't even know how to, I just don't even, this is one of those weird times, I'm not even sure how to process what I'm about to vote on. So,
when the emergency is over.
yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing, that it just shouldn't be done this way, as part of the problem. Like, if we want to ban them on Newport Island, then we should be going through the normal process of creating an ordinance, introducing it, rolling it through, and then submitting to coastal. I just don't think it's the right thing to be doing under the cover of COVID while we're trying to work this through. I just don't see how adding a night, going to 4 nights, I don't see how that does anything. And during an emergency, it's 3 nights everywhere else in the city. I have no idea why adding a 4th night would somehow fix an emergency situation during a virus. I mean, I haven't seen that explained in this. I don't know how to make that finding. Can anyone explain how to make that finding? Because if not, why are we doing a 4th night?
Well, I think that the basis for it is sort of similar to why the ban was on Newport Island. It's given, this, the narrow streets, the, density and those type of issues. So that's the basis that's set forth for why you need a 4th night is the same basis that was set forth with why to ban it completely.
Well, if you ban it I understand, Mr. Hart, but if you ban it completely, it's gone. If you have 3 nights versus 4, they're still there. I'm not sure I understand how to make a finding to justify the emergency ordinance for a 4th night. If it's 3 nights, okay. But I'm not understanding the 4th night as a justification under a local emergency to create an emergency ordinance. Hey, Mr. Avery.
Well, ostensibly, I suppose it's just to dampen it. If you're not banning it, you're just sort of, it's just another quashing mechanism. It's not sort of just reducing the froth, if you will.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can think of.
All right, I'll tell you what, we've had enough discussion. I'm at a loss. All right. Let's go with it. Let's go ahead and vote. See where we come out. Oh, I'm sorry, hang on one second, Mr. Muldoon.
This will not add any clarity, but I'll be voting no, not because of any technicality related to the emergency ordinance, but because I'm against the 4-night restriction.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So let's go ahead and vote then on Ms. Dixon's motion.
On the emergency ordinance 2020-006, did I hear it start record yet? There we go. An ordinance of the City Council, an emergency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach prohibiting the rental of any lodging unit on Newport Island for a period of 4 consecutive nights or less to any person other than a medical professional or emergency responder coming to the City of Newport Beach to aid with the COVID-19 outbreak. Councilmember Avery. Thank you. With Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 5-2.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for sticking around to see the vote here. All right. Give me just a moment. So next item is COVID-19 update.
It is.
All right.
Okay. All right. We'll have a couple speakers here for this one. I guess so. Oh, thank you. And I'm just going to start it off by talking just real briefly of the some of the state actions that have happened since the last time we met 2 weeks ago, and then we'll go through and have Chief Boyles come up and talk a little bit about the statistics that we're seeing countywide with our numbers, and talk about the 4th of July, upcoming 4th of July holiday, and what we're doing, particularly in this time of COVID and the global pandemic. And then we'll have Deputy City Manager Tara Finnegan give an update on the Business Relief Grant Program, which is moving along with a very strong response. So since our last meeting, the state has continued to move further into stage 3. At that last meeting, we had talked about with county approval, we expected the next group of businesses to be open, and that did indeed happen that Friday on June 12th. The state then issued a mandatory face coverings for particular situations where you don't have social distancing. So that overrode the county guidance that had come out recently. And then the state also then continued with additional businesses this past Friday that the county did approve as well. So we are now at the stage of several of these businesses that are listed here that are allowed to be open and are opening with the appropriate PPE and other industry guidance in place for them. I will note what's not on here are gatherings of any size. So we're still working and grappling through, waiting for those types of areas, and that's why we don't, and in particular too, libraries aren't on this list right now, and community centers. So we are still waiting for those types of facilities. We are prepared, have been making plans, so when those areas do get opened up, we can move quickly in those areas, but we are still not in that later stages there. I'm now going to turn it over to Chief Boyles to touch in on the numbers that are occurring right now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jeff Boyles, your fire chief. I'm reading the room here. Everybody looks a little tired, so I think I'll keep it under an hour. Orange County, as of this afternoon, has 10,737 positive COVID cases and 272 deaths. The city of Newport Beach has 204 positive cases. Overall, we've seen a steady increase in total hospitalizations and ICUs throughout the county. As of June 22nd, yesterday, the county had 349 patients which were hospitalized and 137 in the ICU. So 1 month ago today, on May 22nd, the county had 253 hospitalized and 125 in ICU. So those are some of the markers that the medical community is watching: the ICU and hospitalizations and ventilators. The county is reporting that 60% of their ventilators are currently available, so that's good news. Overall, the county has 44 congregate care facilities that have experienced outbreaks. And an outbreak is defined by 2 or more people in one facility. So it's not necessarily a skilled nursing facility, which is a term you've probably been hearing quite a bit, but a congregate care facility. So it could be a mental institution, a skilled nursing facility, or some other type of care facility. Newport Beach Fire Department has resumed our call load again. So you may remember from the past reports that our call load had dipped with the stay-at-home orders. People weren't going out. So in June of 2020, we have surpassed what our call load was in June of 19. So that's the first time since early February that our call loads, they dipped, and now they're back up again. And you can see just from the beaches and restaurants and roadways that people are coming back out. We've responded to 346 enhanced precaution calls since March 1st, and we've transported a total of 20 patients in the back of our ambulances, COVID-19 positive 20 patients, I should say. 102 of our employees since March 1st have come in contact or been exposed at some point, and we keep track of that after they've been confirmed positive from the hospital. And then we put them on a 14-day medical watch where we monitor their symptoms, their temperature, and log it all to make sure that they they get out of that 14-day window where they don't exhibit any signs or symptoms, to make sure our employees are healthy. We currently have 34 of those employees on that 14-day watch, but I am still happy to report that none of our personnel, firefighters or lifeguards, have tested positive. So I attribute that to solid, proper PPE use, good personal hygiene, hand washing, social distancing, no handshaking, those sort of thing, and then just general social awareness. Our firefighters and lifeguards are really cognizant of how they're contacting people and trying to remain in a good position to not become infected themselves. And on a really positive, as the junior lifeguards will say, super epic note, summer has officially kicked off. Our junior lifeguards, the A division started this morning. As I reported in the study session, the A division started today, and the B's, C's, and D's will start on July 6th. So our firefighters, our lifeguards are out there. They're in level A staffing, which means that every tower is now open. You'll see the trucks patrolling the beach. You'll see the kids with their instructors on the beach, and all of our fire personnel are fully staffed and ready for 4th of July and everything that Chief Lewis is going to talk about here. So thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a moment, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I'll be quick as well. Did you see the New York Times article about patients being flown in from other regional hospitals to Orange County hospitals? Or Orange County and other territories?
No, I did not.
Okay. I can't disclose exactly my source, but I've been told it's been accurate by confirming medical source that the New York Times article is accurate, and that those numbers of people who are brought to other counties from a certain area of the state actually go towards our numbers, meaning if they come from somewhere else, they're still tacked on to Newport Beach or the county numbers. The number of cases you cited locally in the city and then in the county, that's a cumulative number over the term of the pandemic, correct?
Correct.
So it's foreseeably, or it's almost certain that those people have recovered and are no longer carrying COVID. And so those numbers, although they sound surprising, we're actually falling in the track of other cities in the county. Have you heard that as well? Our ranking from 3 is basically fallen.
Quite a bit. Yes,
Yeah.
I think we're in the middle now.
That's great. That's great news. So great job for all the efforts in transport, record keeping, your medical staff, your firefighters, and it is good news. There's more testing, so we might continue to see these numbers climb. Testing is a good thing though because it's data, and I just want the residents to know that Newport Beach is being very responsible along with the county. Thank you.
Right.
Ms. Dixon.
Yes, just to follow up on that, information that Mr. Muldoon just cited is published in a county OC health data that's archived data, and it does document that patients from other hospitals are coming to Orange County as well as others. So they're factored into our totals, just as you say. Also, I consistently hear from Hoag, now this is maybe 2 or 3 days old, that their patient numbers in Hoag Hospital, Newport Beach, are still in the single digits. And if they rose above single digits, it was the low double digits. So we've been consistent since January with that number, and that's very good. As well, that's what they have, 300 and some beds, and so they really want to fill up the hospital beds with people who really need. We've talked about this before, and they did fill up the hospital with other illnesses that people needed to seek hospitalization, and now they're back at a slightly lower level. So in hospitals all over the country, so people still have that fear. But hospitalization is the key factor too, because just as you indicated, were any of the employees that you tested positive, were any of those hospitalized?
No, we don't have any of our employees that have
So that's
tested
the key
positive.
number. So it's
Correct.
the testing. People could be exposed, it could be
Right.
positive, but they have not been hospitalized. And
Correct.
so that's one of the key areas to focus on.
I think that the takeaway is just that the bed capacity, the ICUs, and the ventilators there's still quite a bit of capacity here in Orange County. And yes, we have been bringing them in, or we were at one time, from other regions as well, because we had the capacity and the surge capacity. So to your point, yes, they were coming, from my understanding, from other areas that needed to get some relief as well.
Cool. The document's called Medical Health Operational Area Coordination, by the way. So, yep, there you go. Yeah, I know. It's a weird acronym too.
It's
All
the
right.
MOAC.
Yeah,
Yes.
MOAC. All right, Chief Lewis.
Yes, and as Chief Lewis is coming up, I do want to set the stage for our July 4th time period. Oh, yeah, go ahead, take that. While we will have a few festivities, particularly the Old Glory Boat Parade by the American Legion will go on. and there is a flyover happening. This will be quite a different 4th of July due to the current, where we're under right now. And without the ability to have mass gatherings and to restrain that, particularly in our city where we do have a lot of visitors who come in and, in addition to local residents, really take up the tradition of for the fireworks and those festivities and wanting to not have those mass gatherings that we did not permit for firework displays. And that was actually made a decision a couple weeks ago because that was required for the large fireworks shows. They need quite a bit of lead time in terms of putting together those shows, so they needed a decision. It was actually right before the Memorial Day holiday. And with all that we knew then, and which has continued to the current period, is that we're not able to have those displays this year, as well as with the street parades and festivals for that same reason on the gathering. So under that environment, I just wanted to have Chief Lewis talk next about how we are going to be well prepared for this 4th of July.
Thank you, Ms. Young. John Lewis, your Chief of Police. Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. Council members, I have a couple slides here, and when I mean a couple, I really mean a couple, just to give you an idea about what we're talking about in terms of our operations, our deployment in West Newport for the 4th of July holiday. So this is, as you know, and it has been for many, many years, an all hands on deck deployment for our police department. So that means everyone from every assignment that we have will be in uniform, will be working patrol, and will be assigned to our holiday deployment for the 4th of July. Again, mandatory work day, primarily staffing West Newport for the concerns that we see down there related to the large crowds that we've historically seen on the 4th of July. In addition to the efforts of our personnel, we'll be partnering, contracting with the California Highway Patrol, Irvine Police Department, Orange Police Department, with the Orange County Sheriff's Department to assist with our custody operations, and also with our Orange County Regional Mounted Enforcement Unit, our horses. Our mission here, being supported by all these agencies and our resources, is to maintain order and keep the peace on the 4th of July. It's just as simple as that. And I'll talk about how we're going to do that here going forward. With this slide here, this colored area represents what has been referred to as the designated safety enhancement zone of the West Newport area here, where the city has designated this area here bordered by the ocean to the south, 32nd Street and Newport Boulevard to the east, and West Coast Highway on the north, and 54th Street on the west as the safety enhancement zone, where violations of the city municipal code committed within this highlighted area here on the 4th of July and for the first 3 hours into the 5th of July are subject to triple fines of our municipal code here as well. So that's what this area here on the map indicates. So anywhere within that color is the safety enhancement zone. The green, blue, and yellow there represents the different areas that we deploy our resources in terms of our area commands. So in essence, we operate 3 different area commands within the safety enhancement zone. All these 3 areas here, for those of us that are familiar with West Newport, we know that there's unique areas specific to the Peninsula Wedge, 20th Street area that are a little bit different than the Newport Pier and a little bit different from 32nd to Summit. So we found that by identifying the resources we need for these specific areas and deploying them within this model, that we've seen the most effective and most custom tailored response to the issues that we see in these areas here. Our street closures. We had asked for and were approved for Back Bay Drive to be part of our street closures that we have traditionally. Back Bay Drive and San Joaquin Hills is going to be open this year. But this is due to the fireworks shows that were scheduled in that area are not going to be conducted, so we will have the ability to keep these streets open. And so our street closures for the 4th of July are really very limited. We have we have Orange Street and West Coast Highway, which is in essence a right-hand turn that comes in off of westbound West Coast Highway to Orange Street. We found that you can still access that neighborhood. You just have to do it off of Prospect, and it relieves some of the congestion going down Seashore towards Summit. The closures here on via Lido and via Oporto and Malaga are for us to stage our horses for the mounted enforcement units. So those are the 2 closures, or really the one closure that impacts traffic most significantly is going to be at Orange Street. So our objectives here, and we're looking at the 4th of July as it relates to the pandemic that we're currently in, and we're tailoring our approach a little bit differently this year, focusing on some things that we think are going to be very important to managing this this holiday. Again, maintaining order, keeping the peace within West Newport in particular, but also we've seen some traffic and some congestion issues in Corona Del Mar as well. But doing it in a way that also recognizes the fact that the crowding and the traffic congestions concerns that we have and what those look like in terms of this pandemic. So we are, number one, we're taking proactive measures here to enforce our party ordinances, our disturbance advisements, our loud and unruly gathering ordinances. That's part of our enforcement profile, always has been. Setting those enforcement standards early, setting expectations early, and that means our people getting out with these individual residents and setting our expectations for what is going to occur during this holiday, and we expect that our residents are going to comply with those ordinances. We've seen some decent compliance in the past over time as it relates to disturbances. Proactive measures to enforce our current alcohol regulations involving our ABC licensed establishments. This is going to be the first year that we will still have this is the first year that we have ABC licensed establishments with the ability to provide to-go alcohol service. Now, we have been working with our ABC licensed establishments. We've been working towards knowing that this could potentially be an issue for us on the 4th of July. We're going to continue to do that. We're also going to have specialized teams that are going to be specifically dealing with our ABC licensed establishments as part of our holiday deployment as well. So we expect that there's going to be some good cooperation and collaboration with our businesses. Fireworks violations we've heard year after year. And we're not unique in this, and you've seen some of the press reports too about the increase in fireworks violations regionally. We have impacted this each year, time after time after time, tailoring our approach a little bit differently to the issues that we've seen. And specifically the fireworks violations that we're seeing in West Newport are out on the beach area. We are going to address that in a number of ways here, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. Traffic and municipal laws and concerning pedestrians and bicyclists, again, going to be an issue for us. I spoke about the pandemic. Maintaining normal traffic operations in West Newport, along Seashore, and then also in Corona Del Mar is going to be very important to our approach this year. Also is limiting the impact of pedestrian congestion and congregation throughout the areas of the peninsula and also Corona Del Mar, and that's going to be part of our traffic management plan as well. Traffic is going to be continuously monitored to determine whether or not we have the ability to get emergency vehicles in and out of these impacted areas. If the need arises, we have officers specifically assigned to conduct emergency traffic control. If that means shutting down streets, we have the ability to do that. Assisting motorists off the peninsula, we have the ability to do that. We also have an emergency traffic plan where we have barricades, staging at the city yard should we need to deploy them in any of those types of circumstances. So what we intend to do, particularly in West Newport, is just about every year, about that 5, 6 o'clock hour, we start to see the congestion of people trying to get off the peninsula. So our intent is, with the resources we have available, is to move proactively these people off. And if that means hand directing our certain different intersections, that's what we intend to do to get this crush of traffic off the peninsula and do it quickly and safely. Our beach detail, the fireworks, this is going to be an emphasis. We have fireworks teams that are going to be assigned in different areas of the city. One of the main complaints that we've been receiving over the past couple of years, and we've been able to impact, and we're going to continue to be able to impact, are the concerns about fireworks on the beach. So in addition to all the four-wheel drive regular patrol units that we have available to deal with this, we also are deploying larger side-by-side utility terrain vehicles. They can carry more officers to be able to deal with the beach, specifically in the nighttime hours, and then also our quads that are designed to be out there as well. So we have a number of different platforms to be able to address the beach specifically and target these firework violations that we're seeing, typically right after sunset and through about the 10 o'clock hour when we actually close the beach itself. So again, these beach closures we've been focusing on since Memorial Day weekend and even before, and setting that consistent expectation that the beach is going to be closed at 10 o'clock. We will do a hard beach closure at 10 o'clock, and we're deploying significant resources specifically to deal with those issues as it relates to the beach. But not just the fireworks violations, we're also going to be out there dealing with pedestrian, bicycle, alcohol, and drug issues that we see in this area in a firm but fair manner. So the coordinated effort to the beach closures and the fireworks complaints that we get out there, I think is going to be something we'll be able to continue to impact and hopefully make a dent in terms of those complaints as well. One thing I do want to point out is what this, by not having the fireworks shows on the east side of town, that has allowed a number of our officers that typically are responsible. There's a major traffic control plan that goes into that. We're able to take those resources, move them into Corona del Mar in the areas that we've seen specifically related to Corona del Mar Beach, and be able to hopefully impact that traffic there, and then also take additional resources and move them into West Newport to deal with the traffic and congestion as well. So this is the same effective plan that we've used in the past, but we're tweaking a little bit specifically with emphasis on congestion and traffic.
All right. With the caveat that we still have 5 items and it's 10:40 p.m., I'm going to open it up to council questions. Ms. Brenner?
I just wanted you to assure us that when you see the map of the safety enhancement zone, that doesn't mean the rest of us are being left unprotected.
I think, thank you for bringing that up, because we talk a lot about West Newport when we talk about what we do on the 4th of July, and there is a significant presence from the police department here, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the city is left without watch. We still have additional officers all over the rest of the city, because we have different issues in some of our neighborhoods. We've heard the complaints about fireworks and things like that in Newport Heights. We have officers that are specifically going to be dealing with that. We've had some concerns like that in the Port Street, so I'm over on the east side of town, and I know the complaints that you've received over in Corona del Mar as well. So the rest of the city has those resources that are there, and they're there to specifically deal with the concerns that we hear. So by no means are we taking everything and moving it over to the peninsula at the expense of anything else. In fact, we're enhancing our efforts in other areas of the city as well.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. While this is all happening in the context of we're still in a pandemic, so are we, just for my own edification, this is not a trick question, what are we doing about social distancing on the beach? I should ask the lifeguard chief, the fire chief that, but we'll have, we've had 100,000 people on the beach for 4th of July. What is our social distancing? Now, the governor has mandated masks.
Not on the beach.
Not on the beach?
Not on the beach. It's feasible to be 6 feet away. It's not on the beach.
Okay, that's important. So the beach masks are not required on the beach, and social distancing is. I'm not suggesting we are enforcing it, but do we talk about it, or how does it being dealt with compared to what it was several weeks ago?
In terms of social distancing, what we're looking for, and this is social distancing, but it's also effective crowd management. Okay, what we don't want to see is large groups of crowds congregating for a number of reasons. Social distancing being one of them. So what our intent is to be there, be present, and gain cooperation from these individual groups, and we typically have good cooperation with them. Once we're able to go out and make that engagement, people will generally go along with what we're asking for them to do. So that's the approach that we take, but that's not just as it relates to social distancing. It's also just good crowd management, because what we find is if we allow groups to congregate, and we do see them in different areas of the peninsula, sometimes problems are attracted to these centers of gravity. So it's important for us to get people to where they're going, not allow these big groups to congregate, because we find that there are problems that are created in addition to social distancing when we see those groups. So that's what our plan is.
Okay, so just to reaffirm.
Diane, it's 10:40.
All right.
Come on.
Wear a mask if you have to.
Okay. All right, sit down, Chief, please.
Thank you.
Before you get any more questions. All right, come on up, Dara.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to give you a very brief one-slide update on the Small Business Relief Grant Program. The program application period closed 1 week ago today, and we have, the distinction of being the the program that has the most applications our consultant, the Small Business Development Center, has ever received for any program they've conducted. So we have, they've spent the past week going through the applications, removing duplicates, and the final tally is just over 900 applications valid, received, and in the program for consideration. Our guidelines did put some funding priority towards certain types of businesses, and that was retail, restaurants, and certain personal services, nail salons, hairstylists, small gyms, and workout studios. So SBDC has then taken all of the data from the 900 applications, scrubbed it down, put those funding tiers in place. They went through and they pulled out those 3 categories. And then we also had another layer of funding tier, and that was those who received federal assistance and what levels of that, and those that didn't. So what the result of that was today they were able to pull out the first 3 levels of those tiers. So against restaurants, retail, and certain personal services, and those that did not receive any federal funding, and those that received one type or the other type of federal funding, actually just went right into, they were approved today for grants. The remaining applications in that top tier will go into the lottery tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So some folks got good news today, others will be in the lottery tomorrow for consideration. After that happens, we'll get to work. SBDC consultants will work with all of the grantees to get their documentation in place. We'll do a double check here at the city, and then we can hopefully start getting some grant payments out to the businesses.
All right, please send an email to council tomorrow telling us how many were granted and what tiers, and then we should issue a press release on it too, so people know.
Will do.
All right, thanks. All good? All right, let's move on. Item 11 and 12 that I pulled, I'm going to be very quick on this. Item 11 is the approval of the COVID economic relief funding support for Balboa Village Merchants Association. Let me tell you why I oppose this. It's because all of this money is coming out of our general fund reserve at the moment. According to the Balboa Village Merchant Association balance sheet on page 11-31, they have $48,644 currently in their checking and savings, with an additional little over $10,000 in net income. Balboa Island Merchant Association Inc. balance sheet is on page 12-31. They have $76,705 in checking and savings and another $8,100 in net income. If we're dipping into our reserves, they ought to be dipping into theirs. I don't have any idea why we're giving them any money this year. So that's why I oppose it.
Speak?
Ms. Dixon.
I do support it. I do support the proposal because it's a very unique opportunity for Balboa Island merchants. What's it called? Merchants or marketing? Merchants. And Balboa Village merchants to do a combined marketing effort that they're both using the proceeds of that allocation. And it's the first time that's ever been done. They're both, the empty storefronts in both of those villages is highly concerning. A number of businesses have gone out of business. We need to keep those businesses viable. They produce sales tax for our community, and they create jobs. And this is a unique situation, and it is directed because of COVID, because of the severe business crises these small businesses are going through. So I maintain it. They should not be penalized for being good fiscal stewards of their resources.
Neither should we. All right, Mr. Herdman.
Just a quick reminder, too, that had COVID-19 not hit us, our recommendation to the council would probably be that these organizations not receive any funding at all this year. This is the receipt of this money by them has conditions that have never existed in the past before. So, and it's a one-time expenditure.
Okay. Any other comments up here? All right. Any public comments on this item? Any calls? All right. Bring it back. I'm going to make a motion to not approve because they both have a combined, let's see, $58,000 plus $84,000. They have $144,000 between the two of them. I absolutely think that if they want to spend money to combine their resources, they should, and they shouldn't be putting their hand out for city funding while we're dipping into our reserves. So my motion is to deny staff recommendation. Seconded by Mr. Duffield. Any discussion on the item? Mr. Muldoon?
Yes, thank you. Who's staff assigned to this? Oh, thanks, Tara. Just to go over some of the numbers that the mayor mentioned. The balance sheets disclosed on these two items. Item number 11, well, I'll break them off. Item number 11, this is
Balboa Village.
Balboa Village. And they have a balance of how much?
Go to 31, page 31.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see here. So this is the, I'd like to hear from staff.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm looking through their financial statements.
Yeah, top left.
Yes, their total liabilities and equity is $84,335. Balboa Village.
When they say assets, what do they mean? No, let's see.
In their assets, they include the decorations, the seasonal decorations, some of the things they've purchased over the years and they reuse.
Yeah, it's Christmas holiday decorations.
And so their current.
So their cash on hand was like 48,600 and some change.
And just to compare to the other item.
Item 12.
Item 12, their balance. 76. Yeah, I'll definitely support the mayor and Councilmember Duffield on item 12. I think I'm likely to disagree though on item 11, but those are my thoughts.
Yeah, let me clarify real quick. Item 11 and item 12 are basically the same thing because item 11 and 12 are both combining their efforts. So these two are teaming up to do a program to promote the Balboas. So between the two, so it would be admittedly very odd actually to vote yes on one and no on the other because they're the same program, and using money from both of their amounts. So Balboa Village Merchant Association has $58,000 that they can combine with the Balboa Island Merchant folks that have $84,000. So between the two of them, they have more than enough to fund some program like this if that's what they actually wanted to do. So that was my point of why 11 and 12 are basically the same because it's the same program. That's why you can look at their balance sheets come together.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I made an odd vote.
Okay.
But I would argue that they're different groups and they have different balance sheets.
All right. So any other further discussion? All right. So the motion on the table is to deny staff recommendation on item 11. And so we can vote on that first.
With council members Dixon, Herdman, Muldoon, and Mayor Pro Tem Avery voting no, the motion fails 2-4.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Hang on one second. Ms. Brenner didn't, her vote didn't. Was it a no vote? It was a no vote.
And Councilmember Brenner voted no, so that was 5-2.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Dixon.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion in support of the recommendation to authorize the city manager to allocate $40,000 for COVID-19 economic relief for Balboa Village Merchants Association.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Seconded by Mr. Herdman. Let's go ahead and vote.
With Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Avery, and Councilmember Duffield voting no, the motion carries 4-3.
All right, let's move to item number 12. Same points, same argument. So Mr. Muldoon.
I think I'd just like to note that this is a separate entity, although they might have a similar strategy. The higher balance sheet and one that does not necessarily represent Balboa Island, I would argue does not does not argue, does not represent the best interest of Balboa Island at all. So I will be against this one.
Okay. Any other discussion on this one? All right. Any public comment on this one? Any calls? No? All right. Do we have a motion?
You know what, I thought you were going to make
I'll second it. Go
Oh,
ahead.
all right, I'll make a motion to support the,
Staff recommend.
are we on 13?
No, we're on 12, so if you want
Okay,
to
hold on,
support
excuse
staff,
me,
that's
excuse
okay.
me. I was on 11 still. Authorize city manager to allocate 20,000, is it 40,000? 20,000, just 20,000 for COVID-19 economic relief to support the Balboa Island Merchants Association.
Okay, so staff recommendation. Yes.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and vote.
With Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Avery, council members Muldoon and Duffield voting no, the motion fails 3-4.
I move to deny staff recommendation. Seconded by Mr. Muldoon. Let's vote.
With council members Dixon, Brenner, and Herdman voting no, the motion carries 4-3.
All right, we move into item number 21. Any discussion at all on this one? All right, any public comment on this one?
Hello, my name is Craig Batley, and from my understanding, this is to extend the moratorium for how many years?
So this is item number 21, and we're dealing now with confirming the Corona Del Mar bid.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay. Any calls? No. All right. I'm going to vote no for all of the reasons that I've said previously, but do we have a motion to approve?
Just real quick, the city clerk needs to confirm if there was a protest vote.
Oh.
There were no protests received.
Okay.
I make the motion to approve.
Staff recommendation. All right. Seconded by Ms. Dixon.
I'll second.
All right, let's vote.
Yes.
With Mayor O'Neill and council members Muldoon and Duffield voting no, the motion carries 4-3.
All right, let's go to item number 22. Any discussion? Any public comment?
No protests were received.
Okay. Oh, we do have a public comment. Here we go.
Good evening. I'm still here. I'm Hua Yep. So the bid started planning the summer restaurant week in April. By the way, I have PowerPoint. Wake up, Hua. So they started planning the restaurant week in April, and they were already planning on the money that you might give them tonight. A month ago, they finally reopened, but it just has been complicated, right? Recently, Speak Up Newport hosted a panel. Jim and Mario talked about their experiences, and it was just heavy. On the other hand, many people are just not willing to come out to restaurants to eat yet. So the publicity for this restaurant week must be very creative, otherwise it will be a waste of money. 2 years ago, I went to the beach with some serve on request signs. They loved the idea, and they thought this policy would help the restaurants with good publicity. And I was asked, what is Sierra Club Angeles chapter about? Well, the office is in LA. We work with other organizations on environmental issues. They were so excited. They said, this is a big ocean economy, and the NGOs could help them to bring people from outside the county to here to enjoy the restaurant week and also spend a night at the local hotels. So I have not stopped asking you to come up with a serve on request policy. In May, I sent in my suggested text, which is pretty simple for this, the municipal code for this policy that was adjusted to the new normal. Here again, tonight, we're facing the same set of issues, except that the restaurant week is being planned maybe in July. That's what says on the list. And I still hope that council could come up with this serve on request policy urgently. This is pro-business. It's cost effective for the city's trash work. It's ocean friendly. And I always think that council is not shy to lead in Orange County. And so if I'm wrong, please tell me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Or we'll bring it back. Yeah, same comments. So would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on resolution number 2020-65.
I'll second.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
With Mayor O'Neill voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Okay. Shoot. Okay, I have to make a motion. We literally missed it by 30 seconds. I have to make a motion to approve considering our last item by waiving A1 so we can consider it after 11 p.m. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Muldoon. Any discussion? Any public comment on that? Okay, let's vote real quick.
Wait, are we?
We're voting to allow, to consider the last item by waiving A1 because it's technically 11 o'clock and 30 seconds.
Oh.
I thought I had it.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thanks. All right, last item, item number 23. I don't think we need a staff report on this. Let me just say real quick.
Mayor, I have to recuse myself.
Okay.
This interest.
Yeah, non-conforming sign, eh? All right, so I'm sure we won't have a lot of public comment on this given the lateness, but I'd be kind of curious just to go into public comment. Does anyone think we should be doing anything other than removing the abatement and basically following what the Planning Commission just did, what is recommending?
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
I think, don't we have to extend the period or else we have to go through a general plan amendment change?
Yeah, so I was going to have Mr. Harp describe that process, but it's actually, we would have to go through Coastal Commission either direction, and there's no change in the amount of time it will take us to do either of them. I know that's funny, but if we want to go 10 years, still have to introduce and go through Coastal. If we want to do a general plan amendment, still have to introduce and go through Coastal.
But it has to go, that goes to a vote though, when we have.
No.
No?
I'm sorry. I'll defer to Mr. Harp on that.
Yes, because it's specifically referenced in Title 21. No matter what you do this evening, whether you decide to eliminate it or extend it for 10 years, you're still going to have to go through Coastal. But you would not have to go to a vote of the people under the general plan provisions.
Either way, it doesn't make any difference.
Well, it makes a difference as far as what you ultimately want to do as far as a regulation. If you want to have them abated in 10 years or whatever period of time you decide, or if you want to just eliminate the provision, that's a fairly significant difference to the community. But as far as process, it's going to take the same amount of time.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on that before we go out to public?
Well,
I'm sorry. I apologize. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. Yes, I personally, I like what Commissioner Wagon did, and I would like to initiate amendment to allow the elimination of the deadline. So essentially, this will never be heard again for those non-conforming signs. I think adds so much character to our community. So I'll make that motion and see if there's support on it. And maybe change the discussion we hear from the.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Avery.
I'm in just full support of Corker Liquor and Nagisa. Epic signs.
Could I make?
Yeah, Miss
Can I
Dixon.
make an amendment? Could we do something? I think there's something significant to the architectural character of the community. Can we put these non-conforming but legal signs in a category called heritage signs, so that they're just recognized as heritage, so that we don't have to go through this again? Didn't we do that for the crab cooker?
So ultimately, you're going to be adopting, what the motion is to basically move forward with the resolution. And so that'll go down to the planning commission, and then it'll come back to the city council. And I think they'll figure out a way to make sure that that those signs aren't eliminated.
Okay.
Ms. Brenner.
Do we really want to make a decision eliminating all these years of work at 11:05 to just eliminate it? Do you think maybe we should just consider giving it 5 years or something and then considering it again? Because I know staff has put a lot of work into this, and a lot of people have brought their signs up to code, so it seems like for us to just drop it entirely is not exactly fair.
So it's not dropped entirely. If we take the abatement time out, it only applies to the signs that already exist. Any signs going forward still have to meet the code requirements. If you want to revise your sign, you have to maintain it basically in the same shape it's already in, because you can't take it down and then put up a new sign and try to backfill into this. And so this is an issue that came up to council. When did it come to council last? It was
October.
We had talked about this and pretty much all agreed, keep moving forward. And then it's got sent back to Planning Commission. Planning Commission's recommendation is the one that Mr. Muldoon just made a motion on. I don't think it's the lateness. I think we'd be reaching the exact same conclusion no matter what meeting it came to at this point, because this is a good staff report. It's been vetted out twice now through the council, through the Planning Commission. And I'm just saying, it's not like we're just going to, it's not like the standards that staff created a decade ago are gone now. So and we saw well over 100 of those signs have either been brought up to code or eliminated completely. So the process is playing itself out, and it'll continue to. At some point, buildings come down, the signs go away. I mean, it seems like the Frog House will never go away, but that's.
Well, and the ordinance will remain, the sign ordinance will remain in effect.
That's
and so
right.
organically, it will continue to.
Right.
What would happen if there were a sign that were rusted or during this time? I mean, is there still a way for, because I love the Corker and I don't want that to go away either, but there might be some that really need to disappear.
That can always be handled, I guess, directly. A good example is probably a crab cooker, right? So the crab cooker sign had to come down because they needed to take it down for their building repairs. But that's the kind of sign you'd like to see come back up, right? And so that's a one-off decision that can be made. So if a sign has to come back down and you don't particularly want it to go back up, it doesn't go back up without a special dispensation, right? So, yeah. Any other discussion on this? All right, we'll go out to public comment on this one.
My name is Craig Batley, and I'm in favor of the Planning Commission recommendation to eliminate the abatement altogether. To kick it down the road would be, I think, a mistake. The same discussion is going to occur 5 years from now, 10 years from now, as we're having right now. So I think the accretion of signs over the period of time, a lot of these will go away, and I think the Planning Commission made an excellent recommendation just to eliminate the abatement altogether. I'm in favor of the motion.
This is Jim Mosier. I also support the Planning Commission recommendation. If you're going to seriously debate this, because there was a large volume of correspondence that you received, I would suggest continue the item to your next meeting. As to Councilwoman Brenner's point, I did myself this afternoon wonder where the 2005 code came from. I went back and looked at the minutes from that year. The code, which I recommend repealing, was at that time claimed to be the culmination of 2 years of unprecedented public outreach coordinated by our 2 chambers of commerce and our business improvement districts. It went through several planning commission meetings, several council meetings. But the thing that struck me about those minutes, despite the claim of all the outreach, there was no public comment whatsoever at the planning commission meetings. There were 2 public comments at the 3 council meetings, and those 2 public comments did not come from owners of signs. So the people who were being affected by this in 2005, I don't think were well informed of this supposedly thoroughly outreached decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any calls? We have a call. All right, let's do it. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this is J.C. Clow, the owner of the winery restaurant, 3131 West Coast Highway. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. And I am in favor of the Planning Commission's unanimous approval to eliminate the abatement period. And there was a significant amount of time that was spent, along with public comments, at the hearing last month. And I know for myself, spending upwards of $20,000 on our signage and coming off having 200 employees on furlough, that in these pressing times, that this is just a huge inconvenience for business owners when we're struggling to stay afloat and to bring individuals back to work. This is an unnecessary cost that's imposed on the businesses. And I think Jim Campbell of the Planning Commission did an outstanding job presenting the information. The motion in front of the Planning Commission was either to initiate a 5-year abatement or a 10-year. And at this meeting, it was actually a unanimous vote to eliminate the abatement altogether. And I would urge the council to please take the recommendation of the Planning Commission and their unanimous vote. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Any other calls? All right, we'll bring it back. So we have a motion on the table with a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All right, let's vote again.
The motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Duffield recusing himself.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Council, any votes? Any motions? All right, seeing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you.